and also to staff with Division of General Land Development Department, the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, as well as Department of Justice, the Chapter and Natural Resources Unit, and also visitors that are in person, and also to listeners on the call. Good morning. We are greeting you from the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation Conference Room here in San Benito, New Mexico. I'd like to extend my appreciation to NDOT and allowing us to use their conference room. So again, good morning, colleagues and also staff, and then employees of the Navajo Nation. I hope we all got rested, and I know it's the second day of work week. And again, thank you for everything, and thank you for working hard for the Navajo Nation government. So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource Development Committee's work session with the Navajo Department of Justice, Chapter Natural Resources Unit, General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Keith Allen Johnson. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Shauna Anclaw online, and I will be on my way. Thank you.
Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto. Madam Chair, you have 3 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this work session.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. I know we do have Vice Chair Johnson outside on a phone call, so by the time he's done, he'll go ahead and join us. Next, invocation. Kodo Shanai, Honorable Nez Ashonda Kodo Citizen, DJ Kwagi, Midinigi Benha Dile.
At Kushina Yajakan, Anoxy Pasha, she already needs to watch about the St. That so that is our heads and pray. Nehitka and again God. Avanaho Arahon long, Nahonage and do a hair put ina. Then he gets his little hunza and Geoff Harton. Nike, we hato. Answer in Novin and can give our nades and the Hadet Hegi. The Anike thought that nades and answer machine that the big head and eat everything. I don't do ya take for that. If kitchen had a height in Lindsay. Has your late the passion a shimney a put a hill and the kid a hill. Do ya take or sad? It says that I could at last way a can days mission that. Ya take has your ye cut a lane that sat there on the head and eat there. Ala I isn't that is a gishin banana. Erota isn't or job that eating what a shimbanina. A holiday tingido, especially Yade kitten things that. At the other hundreds and do the nation. Nikita is Arthur, the Kedan 11 now answers case of 11 now put in later than it's in the set. At the under a con, then he began saying, Ben Havens and though unhit though the ELG or needs Ange Hundley Hans a ashholder. What's up, Ben kissing? Archie It's Nagobon cheek case. Kala Yaha, the Nachin, Yat Ehoshin, Shana Nate Louis Catole. Ndakin can go. It can't nature Yaho. A job power Ligaheki, yawn at the bed I can eat home. Nharchen yen happens and the Kodoyan Nachin, or the horse aho. Nasta I get Jahan needle left. I get the needle left, what are in the bed he gets just slit. I don't that the Harchin Hunt, Sabashin, Nihich on Nero, Yodani, non Harchin and Hitso Keda. At the date, Naso A creature. Ban hit for Johnson. Nihik Ada Adan, the Hay Gahada, Ban hit for Johnson. A Hashin Len Hartsides, Kazidan, Hay Gah, Ban hit for Johnson. Eben Nachan, a Han Chah case or Gahigishin Kodo. Behan cheek case or Hanani hard at all that. I don't that the Naponits and Higgins and Njana go yato is we get all to this inko. Yeah. Kosendal dosa. Nige nada has tinto and that the cheese competition ayos cost. That had cause manal doctor ben yeshing has stayed in it and all that. Has twirled son is in that. Do either nel arande. Hans got a shame. Ora got nany barchen the bicada could choose the fate in the sheen. Which in which less. I don't hear thoughts of in chin the has taken but so these and the papalia. Virgin of by. They bezer of a mata attention but I had your fire. But when the ash order, yateho, in nashing a day or leaf. Do Virgin but of ahns and on ahns and ash order. Carlan Edigan, the arts one bay no hot name. Jonago con hadn't like it and insect just an just for cut of nice and then head that the year for a con. By here need on alt close a con. Should they need every sound of the in and I don't that the care get on John got put on as it a conchil as other actually carjon that. Dan nachin kovein hit si gibe at eta. Eke what akahan la ron hartsen kes ashmorden kes don hit as smart or na harjin but o corner. Never not ani neat lego on you can anish it. Na hat ahagishin jordan at kiati kiko con den hidden ne nahan the never Washington yanda nashagati ahid and did or con. That and Nico, but the husband or come. Yatehon had Agish Eddie Nate good not put on a Vego, just sharp of on has Arnold less than you get. Nihikan to get ash water. One second change your body, and you get the nation Jesus Christ. Amen.
Shanai. Njunu go koto to the zen, lini kapek to the zen to on me a Benaching Bete see case to Nasto Nate Nation Linigi Yat Ehon came to the Nabanahu Tasho, but that we need Tasho. She need large it has only ye, but the had at the aid of Benachate only so she hadn't Shinai. Ado Eya Kuna, I'd like to go ahead and have members of the Resource Development Committee introduce themselves here this morning, and I'd like to go around and have legislative staff introduce themselves, and then I'd like to have the individuals that are present here in the conference room here this morning introduce themselves. So Alashil Tanana Shanai Nahadol Joshua.
Chair, but all that's not me clean, but I shouldn't so for often let me Nasty and the written as in Schlep or son and Schlep or Zay Kachin, Bushes Chin, Senna bit naked shade, okay, on your way that's another hot and then Schneedo, never torn than that way, the never nations in the hog back or San Juan, then answer rapper fruit and burn it or nothing. Okay, back to you, Chair.
So go now, Shanai. Honorable Vice Chair, introduction.
Yeah, Bennett. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I apologize. We don't have any extra strong coffee. We were spoiled at the land department. So just want to welcome everybody. Thank you for being here with us today. This is a very important discussion, very important work session. So thank you for being here with us today. Shay, my dish is in the Snahashkan had so much chin. Hana, and this is Shay, Sanachin, bigger than the nation. So the bed in Nasha. I represent Cameron, Coal Mines, Lonnie Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop, District 3 and 5 communities. From the west side, the best side. And so a couple of weeks, we're going to have the best fair of the Navajo Nation. So come out and join us. And so just want to welcome everybody here. And let's go ahead and have a productive work session discussion And let's move forward after today. Yeah,
Yeah, Vice Chair Johnson. Although kunna she age da had they say ya te bina Brenda Jesus a shiedo to Jenny Schlont with a cheating was sheen ado chebot so lieda ada HSK ado dishti the HBot so do kate in lot ECI ajabanasha ko he had nan trab kun kil ko not slondo ko den linigi e ya ni hinne bit dis ashi kude the barrier regulations at Nilingi. So I just wish that hope that everyone had a great time. If you had made it over to the Shiprock Fair, some of the 25th council colleagues and we were over at Alamo Indian Day supporting Honorable Norman B. Gay. I've never been there. That was the first. It was very interesting. And then afterwards, we were ushered into the chapter house, and the chapter staff there had shared some, kind words and just, something to put on our radar as a legislative body. They had actually butchered and just the Navajo delicacy. So again, it was a really great experience. So next, Mr. Tahi.
And good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee, and Kiani and Senjikina and Richard Mexican Arizona. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair, everyone here online as well. Share letter mode is share. Na kashish long kanagani basis chain machine that should say that go on national consider Nasha.
Yeah, Ms. McCon.
Ja, Ed Arnold so. Jay toy here cleaning is left, but I be bushes chain, arch to dash it shades, energy can a dash another. I could our son Michelin and good morning, one and all.
Yeah, although she just you're not on enough. Let me go ahead and start with Etty.
Oh, good morning, thank you, members of RDC, Resource Development Committee. I'm Jay Etty Anderson, Ambassador and Chef, Tom Bigny, Michelin, Bishing, but they said the Chanel, Billigana, Bishing. And I am from Sumner, Arizona, I'm the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department. Thank you.
Yeah, Miss Blackhat.
Good morning, Veronica Blackhat with Natural Resources Unit. I'm the Vice President for I'm originally from Newcomb and reside in Pine.
Mr. Begay.
Morning, say Roger the games and we're in a song, people told me buses chaining, Kian, it was Shadows, Sidna, Jenny, Beshan. I'm one of the Assistant Attorney Generals with the Nomination Department of Justice.
Mahayo.
We're having here the office of nominations.
Good morning, my name is Tiffany Carly, I'm the Public Information Officer for the Human Rights Commission. I'm confidential here in the standing in the commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie.
Ja, het ben ik de Janine Phillips, de chef die het voor me in de chef, I am the LBA to Honorable Council Delegate Johnson. Currently, right now, I am going to school for my PhD in health administration with an emphasis in operational leadership and qualitative research, and also taking courses with Harvard Business. It's very nice to meet everybody. Thank you for having me.
Great, thank you. It's good to meet you. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. RDC members and then myself staff here. Say Arvin Mitchell,
Ja, alle das schön, na warte, das na der kann geht wurde, aber ich sind das. Also Oxford they saw other na shut us no today I seen on das nicht. So chain they I don't know on the Oxford Jim Hill that's in the AIC so I don't know we migrated to over the mountain to White Rooms. I get to see key, but I still consider Oxford as one of my community. Although chat not like it, clinic. The production and tire also this from as a political appointee of the president, vice president, the deputy chief of staff. Pushing days at least 3 months as each. Though yes, as of yesterday, President Community Development, Director Daily, so I'm currently at Community Development over RDC as an oversight like in the so now I'm clinic although the political appointee within the executive branch as appointed president as well I think that's really I don't think excuse myself I have a big meeting with the Good Talkers Museum. It's also on the New Mexico Capitol Outlay issue in New Mexico on Friday. We'll be meeting with them. So I think the office about 20 for that. There's a lot of money sitting there, but they still need a lot more money to even start and complete that project.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell. So Gorman.
We are taking need of that. Fishing spells and tiny damage. Tiny so that home eat. And I get out of scale. There's a hilo. Pre-Nahaya taxi. She brought in a valley at fast enough. What's in need? Gala is a diki. So there's no show. In the right sheets of the thing. The original, the yacht, in the Mr. Naz and Nindiki. But this Nindiki issue labeled lactic. Issue with the comic so the galaxy. The neck show with Joey Abiki, which is the yacht. At no icon, but a hiki. Or Hagen. Okay, so doesn't be he's allowed a would signal. With all we just in it and clean the house kid. The collard is a bit of count. No, Ashina or yeah. Ashina can cover ya. The neck at your court. Yeah, he's the niche. Okay, Ashina is like I think stick to no Stihiki, she ate. Okay, just sit and no the ma. The act and not actually stick. No, she eats in there. The cocoa. In our statement, yeah. I don't need that. But as I leak it. A down seat, I need or what ate another. And at the now, see what yet. According to our slide, that which is the set at the now on sea shed. No, yeah, I'd see it. The cocoa, she big has a biggie finished. Just hit shit. Yeah, just hit the hazard to Josh either. If I GJ Hama as Jet and Nala had changed. They see that, but had to sit up in the at the answer each. Yeah, see, wait out on soup. Not until easy. Yeah, or if you get it, finish acid at oil. The she the nothing see the relation. Can I stay in the snap? Eshi Kisani and the Danoya Hazna. Put the Nashi na Nago a Nako a Pistahati now a Haish Shimmy at Dama Yada Hazna. Eshi beneath Kinas Tini Dohnen. When the Masania yo canal to the or the shades and the king the passion my diskis need no a dan such a no. O coco o con de quer passas needs time de my diskis need danos now. This Masania and the jokis anima shit and kitchen ne. Ashi koto dish no. Because should have the noun sequel. A shades and the king the passion to create additional. My diskis are your passes. Even now. I don't that this sheet mean it is there. I don't send the king down. Since the card me, it doesn't say, though, if it Tony, it doesn't null. I see English bells and that died. O condition Mahados Zang had nothing about instead of it as a but I in India. I don't talk on a yash actually that. Talk on a basket so that was it's a as a wish it to Jackson Bah with the sky. The Nancy do now Nation Human Rights Commission for National Society. Yeah, could not. Then I was to see by
Yeah, although Mr. Gorman, thank you. Although Kupan Nagi, but for Graham Scado. Although Hele Ajna. Miss Holgate Allen, it's set down some introduction.
A grinda flagy in share other 40 leading a the then that was the English that. A the shan none study touching English. I am the senior program project specialist for the International Resources, and I do work closely with Mr. Paloma and Mr. Charlie. Greetings. Thank you.
Yeah. Charlie,
Good morning. My
good
name is
morning.
Emmanuel Charlie. King on national companies on the chain. Although the chain of national chain to division natural resources.
Yeah. Although couldn't class, we Mr. Murphy, that's another wish.
Good morning, see you, hey, we're going with you, what we bring is not, yeah, money that is seen. So nothing, it's a shade of the tree, Eastern Neighborhood, you can see land board 16. I represent Android staff at little limited chart. I reside against the or then you quote me. I was thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Begay.
Hello, Kudoga. I hope I get all the good. After the game, he's cheating slow. Yeah, but I don't know she don't eat anything. In the top of the world, yeah. We are not eating on so care and that is okay. I like to know I'm not. Or people, but in the other page, so show. I said, we should do it. But it's no even the habits of cash and that.
Yeah. Otto Shadeja. Arnable Claw, are you? Do you have good connection to introduce yourself? Hakushi? So with that, I'd like to go ahead and go down on the agenda here before us today. So, Deacon Pagi bin yeah, Asani, Glenigi, D Resources and Development Committee, Diego, D Fish Box, Anna, the Ligi, Yate. Okay. A cohort D de quage, the qui the more ya dancing a yard, Jeanette Ben Washington, yet they Nishigi Lati, he Navajo Department of Justice for the chapter unit, the Nido Division of Natural Resources Unit, the Nigo. Ado Kuna a ya, Lekea, the home site, so he gido. Lay mission site list so he ARG days General Land Development Department. Ado inda kuna Human Rights Commission bidi ne. RJ Hashin Sobo di that the net quite the nebikea he caught kehat inigi RJ ya tieto kuna ishi behas ani yaikita days edo ARG. Asasi Glean on AYD the burial, Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations be deep ne. Yard, but asasi Glen be it's got the who that legislative body need legal. A coco quaggy a chip in Yapito of Nigo, quaggy finalized draft nini sheep for don linigi. Being his Eastern Nato, Ado Stoughton Linigi Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, Kodo Stop Bahadits, if Kodo Hashin Sogo Ainley, Nkik Ada Beke Hatiho, Aji today's Inki advocacy for the return of Navajo traditional burial. A Koko Kodo, he got on
Hello.
Kodona nish ich inigi could you please unmute your phone or computer? Star 6 to mute, right? Star 6 to mute Ashonda. So on our agenda, we have two presentations here today. Presentation by Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Chapter Natural Resources Unit and General Land Development Department. Ado to give us an update on the Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations for final consideration. Ado nice so he gave number 3, letter B, presentation by the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. Mortuary services and funeral planning report. Advocacy for the return of the Navajo traditional burial. It does say that we have presenter Mr. Steve Darden, who's commissioner, but I believe Mr. Gorman will be presenting on behalf of Mr. Darden. So with the recommendation, I'd like to take our advisor's recommendation, I'd like to go ahead and hear from Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission first. The reason why is and then we'll go ahead and go back up to letter A, Ashiko, members of Resources Development Committee. We kind of just switch A and B on the agenda. Rodney, do you want to go ahead and?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of RDC, the discussion that deals with the traditional burial as well as the roadside memorials and all of that is also encompassed into the human rights report as well. This will complement the burial reg that is laid out by the Department of Justice. That is the reason why I'm recommending that we switch it around so you hear the traditional aspect as well as that is also incorporated into this burial regs as well. The discussion of it. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Mr. Tahi. So with the burial regulations, it's the finalized draft. So when we get the report from Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, it will give us an understanding of how the subjects or the topics that Human Rights Commission is going to be bringing up be incorporated into the burial and cemetery regulations, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Ashika.
Yeah, that's fine.
Agushi. Shaha. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Gorman for your presentation. Latoshi, next to Mr. Begay. Auto PowerPoint, yeah, he does have one, so it's gonna be on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Die Geschwind is magazine dat en dit on met sien dus Ado nice with size of is in fact net rollish. Alas the nanny cleaning issue for night. We hear on if we or after go. This ADG finished as a pan so case to Mr. Pan sick case which is what Asia. Coco the set to see clean nation. I edo die with a quaggy dog when you non get out of street. To need to service clean to need a nation. Sanan hit ya no Yozila Okoko see that Eki finished pan sikis dan sikis Okoko Endle Georgia that Halo but now ya has nation nan hitel yaniniki Okoko ato aso eko ke senil la Okoko finished apan zakis dikdona yuslaiki Navajo Nation human rights od ni katiji that the nanny leader Dihan and Liniki to get all is life. Yoyi ko. I don't dash a lot of berries in that time. Okoko oban kisle. There's nothing to night out. Sitting machine. I cut the nako. 8 ani. We get all isha. Not that. She's the 8 hour yard distance. Quick finished inayo Grant cut the nanal yapahazon. Cut ego prepare all is your lish. Not that she that kagis that egita. So prepare all is your lish. He yilla asi no. A kid diki ya 80 court sliniki. Here all is. He has ani liniki. Zado yahos that then. Ado yikij or ashna I yikij Okot our sink at the nanny clinic de is dark at the G. I don't the napazar pe yat do job ye
Put out. Oh, she got cheap on soft case in Sinatilla. Other than yet a lot. Katita so has Ziki. Asian Hin beat the Ashka. And not Nishko take a Bayas Tiki. Oko Allah Nishi put what Asia. Put about the yo. Because it joke Honte in our son because carried any big deals, Nabadelia, Nini. So that are all yego, ya. There's Ani, than Leniki, but Lagana, but there's Ani, Leniki. Nihik it in it's that all, Hayui, Harlan care all, Asian Leniki, yapi hadol, yes, Nini. So that all you I don't the code which they be the gun of the zabe because sure but there has anything any yota needs a niki but eshe Nike or isha on the Indians Eshin the sape yes tigishin kistas but do it's a yo you to send the shit but teaching with our ya Banzai case. A koti where na Laiki, human rights Niniki. But is a bit to the success of late ADK AA Yankee or Nishiki. Natan in his Zazia in Lahiki in 9 other you like it. In the a sheet. Oko benisht snaggy age Lahani agree don't get an steam the AIC. Look at that. Though became on it, that's the A vago put out at the cheat. The nanny no, but I don't know had the a where Nahalsa a thing with the list of the Nidiki. Delegate Ricky Nath. Yours is you eat Asian. So that what are the values that's it. A coco nana. I sit up and a va. A coco deep oban jack is it says a late no. Or didn't care or Ishiki it says a late. I don't a call no. So there's an no. 8 hours that be la. Be la sheet. Oh, Shine here, Yenik Hata, the shit. Ashi besteht der Hosini nicht dran. Bekon nan ist Lahiki bin nicht hat Tals Lahiki at the least no the Yenik. So there's another niche a quake the Nigan do dish. No the Yenik. Put out in an is light a la. A coco Tanskigo. She became the Kenhidina, Misudani, Kliniki, a card on the edge of the Zubuliaki. I don't and Harato to need a nearly good mother. Nahara yan de shigo to this eagle, Kay up a kite and out of Russia. A only yet. That a only yet no. Ya yaski, Hulon la. A she not that. It's in Dona Ashasi in a would out a yard hard with yen, so there's an illness would get on so illness will yet no, the way now how back will yet no. But are you yaki will know that? A good deep where your edna Niki a ya the commission yens e Halap in the Naniki a ya. These things that are neat and what are she a target? To a tanahuit in a way, but Shimayas as it Yahatsi the care has stayed, no. So a sadi kishit ashne. Ignan he kego it's the art in he. Nan he kego. Eight ashne ke yato nabi ke aton lish. No, and the care has stayed, no. Playa and the daughter, the kid no, actually, I think, what's look, Bastion will not be so careful, no. Even not all could you need, no. Okay. A conde the care has stayed, no, sin. Echo AD Jeepan see Kisto finish Eyahan and Daisy. Okodi with the nair lighter, negative so Steve. Yati Oko, your Ashna, Neniki. So, instead of being not a damn big, it's a art, but didn't see not she the millions, don't lay nothing the millions, crab high not kid. But I long your Asian. But is not a dancing case to queer. Just the nanny, the way the gun clean the queer. A coco steady a laugh and nail echo is just a laugh in soco. A young hind good. A cock again here, the commission that's done than being. And I laid out that then did that need he said I got that. That the art able less no, they naslos cast. A cock is seeing ADG Hanne at out. A coco, Kodo Nahaban, sea case. He bears Annie Yazun dog, as to its cars at Naniki. About the year. Ein lay a teen gojo garden had long. Ein lay yo as nahi. Bananas at the Yosani as a baya a team was say. Isja a put about the year. Put the sad not nilte Adamich Isja. A cock what said it are all year. Yo as na bananas at the Yosani. Is it to the thing to that hour ye go to can't make it in there? Ye the good. I see a Sepito sneakers land down. Decent out of it isn't a sad door sneaker. Bahanato this. Do you just then? A cocoa pepper shahadly. Peso, and he can't do needle this. Eight. O could all her you our shake be down the hit. O coco de ho, your dash net go bananas the Yosini, so that our old yego nothing that that miss. What that? A crap on so case. What ego there has any easy ego. And hit the net or as it. But ding that we net. What a hiki a kodo issue like a mission against into lish. Okay, next slide, Ronnie. Okay, let's say the issue bands of case to lish. I'll be down see case to lish. Over the crack and a day yado navigate a seat, which is sadiki navigate yet. A coco is started ya in that have a car by has it out a put a funny equated and then it no but that out ya I think it says a ya the pane keto out a ya in that they need a no I think keto it is ya of course it's lahi to a the bears on in lineage. La fête order is on it. You told that the best on it. I don't Shina how so people has ani. I don't cannot get that has ani stop. Put out. Nishisto Nikipe has ani pollo the nanny clean go. Nikipe has ani pollo. Oko get ani so then go ya Nahana ho the pre. Put that. Put that. Oh, all that's the survey distance so there's a bit of snow Hana as they quella at the little yes wonder. Again, Niliante Nikitas is no egg, but the whole such a bananas aniki. A conno that on lays there, but just the hair stupid. Ani he other Niki no. A coco ni get a yati Baizia, no other APs. Hinto is Tinto, not highlight Dodge or Landing to a tiniki behead, you know, then me. It's a one done me, Kino person has the that's one the to AP ha Hasi, Nato, Hato, she's not. A play give first on a bit of Haslin heart or she. Currently, undated, certainly your net that it no. A go quair it at the arch is cast at Jinzo Garni Ken. They don't done his don't they don't say something. I let out the net, but the non dabetil kitos. I let out the snap where. The she had or cast over just being dog, she at those sheesh, then he did in the weekend that silly ya. No. And they are all daily yappen. A sheep in na, the dick also sit at the shin. Or to home just one of she, this tingle. Penny na. I don't that will start to do it out, and it's no. Okay, but Saltido Banda seat, it was a simply a non special Shoshiki. I am bequeated la abazni, this sabe just hit bequeated la. Donny put aid and kitchen no. Donny put an aid and kitchen no. I don't job baguna kita is legal and that. Ape ya to Buddha ni nila. Buddha ni kwa na inch ni. Kwa the ne it needs to the unta. It's not all cut a daily yan. A copy in la ni daily ya nila. Wait out. Okay, wait out. So that the baby cutting it see at the to height ago that the possession. Is not hard. It needs to don't a non kindly. Is in it the she get that. I use a done is she good. A quillia no good sago and that. A quillia no. A quabasas ling. I saw the base of Hannah. Had the millions of Hannah nil epimist. A call over inside this way. It's on need the air or listen. Yeah, I then naive shit. Okay, but I wanted idly always all sleep. Or I found a seat in the stop. Next slide. About what I give in they got Steve Darden commission lineage. So not this cut up and not the eat on me. In his permission, the foundation that based in that to I can't that. Even it was on this capital. Or a queen, a loose foundation that is so bad. A job and the stone, this cato, pure and I did this kid. It need equity, it's a tire land. Die goed eigenlijk en nou die toch zoals 1,000 APT ja ne is goed af bestelzen. Ook koko na tens kita han niet je lang ja hasnen. Zo gaat ne kachiko. Ne had ne ta no ne. Abelakana kacho ja Big Bang Theory aisne. Zo had de no. Dus daar had is no. Has het niet ja. Ook adon de pahinst do na hot lees to chin hot lees ja no. Table kana tot ja ne. Na hot lees to chin hot lees ja no. Ook die persoons kajo de tlezeniki die goed houden. En het no. So nou de liki. Het ja Niliato is lager en ook dat geweest die we got this is een geweest die se kijkt ne ook niet hitje kon gaan ook ja le zo na krijg zonder katte ja ben ik hij nou niet nooit gaan op aan just zo ding hier of ik bedoel niet so that nini kako ja to o tneha nita so that nini kako na kunle son that the kaiki ya next slide so the say how ja ba hun le to da kiti no da kiti dit ni e betanes den don kito as they got you were ja dat no ella pague de tishti so the dog the la di ja niki ja asana zo tindo ana khayata nikito na di jing ja ka so that our ye go ana ta is tahaki ego in na ko pague na nas niet te houden dan zit de hasnet dan zo ja dat is het niet dat op aan het ida no is het niet ook wat het na nee even niet ja ja no ja hosten is ado die happen het kan op aan het ida no ja het ida geen zin zit ja toch nee het het eten la These things that I need later and not so. They have some. A finished. They can better Niki. The antenna niche what Ella. But now Tindo before. O coco yata has that to 8 and it is things that I but Santoshi. Zil hollon zil hollon leder ha no oban just kisha shata ni the scientist da mission then jona eda sa aniki hashit sa pati no unat de kote net ya the cell phone ni ta ayo yen na put anal later I am not couple. The zili die versterklich in she beat nation. But Lacana is it omnipresent no. So I had to be joke. It's that art and the Hagita Pali. Addition does legal that art had late. Without ice, it's the art and the will not. It's not easy, but Oko even is I didn't have capo is not a dihutan until Nalani. Bahwin Ingwood, Nish no, Nish Nas, ya Lloyd Thompson, John Yende, a person is the association and fish note and ad party association. What on his now? This next slide, one. Oko nagi finish. Halit nicht doch halit ja banda die ich nido. So hala at CD pad und dann so the sniper on the shiki, ita and fish. Sudden she not in not kid millias, Podonams alia, those the Nebuchadnezzar said no, that the millias yo illa down. O bantas kis halana loud I snetty peso na hachi. Bazo I see na shit ha the needles high in that aji peso yahata he did. Okay. Sa bebe lees als kaart dat bij lezen te geven. Goed, weet in goed. Peso housie de geet naar noord. Is je had hij geet. Dona kindjes niet lingo. Goed, adonta. Daar we kennen een lada. First we kennen een lada, maar dat is not all. She's got noda. Je dan te goed. Goed, oh, beslag na neloti. Late out at the need that the no. A cocotip in the cana, but there was easy to any kitchen not in the lot of the niche. That they know that and that seal. A got need in the cana, a ya in a way, a bait that because Uncle and yet to that. I don't the Adonal, so see has this. I don't ask such a compass. Ja bebenant I would have what that ni aje persilla what I has ani yaje asilla an hin hijo or inkliki to a shahi a quality when until the siniki a bits lado be hishan okoko okodo anin commission shot down the deal of 100 in the nina. Wait, the quite only do the ceiling at no, that's see a quantity fabricate of two. Hessia dots. Hessia young, yes, hit on this. Hey, Hessia no weather don't niche. That at the don't niche, is a hate on this. The fabrics are niching out of this no, she commissioned the hit a quant million. It's that our Diego Lang so that the name he gets in chat. Based on he got need so that hin prevailing circumstance. No, the kind of operation be the ek at the cohort, the hip on top if Harlan rain he be it got a yan. Okay, so doesn't Handia, oh, the transfer doesn't Handia. What are you upon the seat eating? Shipping is but ya, since that case, but the young dish than some part a dances case. Age after the Zinkan that people that he have been a couple. A coco, but making Kahan 80 ya, Shannon Liniki, your ass in it or Kona. Hala benefit other benefit other. The Latin, a very hard additional negation. That's in the other date session. Other yo is Nihita, they call players, they should need how are the nata question. The next actuator, but no. Not keep the street egg. Josh a big the nerve is a yard English. For private hold just so it's a temperature just so without a husband again. It asked in virgin but bit. I just stuff. Halakuna one on it's a temperature done. I just happy. I don't as she just then of a dog children, I ate out after G. I don't a your G. I don't hours in the air if a G. If a young dust, a tent of wheel, don't eat them. 8 on latte, deepish ha. Though thought you had to treat them as I did or just eat them. Okodohan also. It added what I think it's called deepish ha. Ada the 18th copy being on the equity see young as it's citizen hardly is expect as seen carnal evil young as neither. What our yard is no. Oh, but all fancy case of the honey and any clinic. To think it does need in not it has only been then. The north next has only that oh I usually get assistance but that need catch up. What out next slide, Rodney. Coco, but all basically fancy case of the next show Hanaki a Ashi a diety Bepeno when Yana is sniffer. A digi was a film shadow lish. Nason Sabioshi or Scarsto lish. The whole Janda Katos, I that lish. No, the A that's what the deals and shit. Okay, let's something this slash. The deep no. Okay, Nick A. Sa it's onto a 10 go. Sa niche do never jot lot niche. A con the letter at the sake of the region, none of jot letter. The lot is it no, 19 window. Okay, sang ye it's onto a 10 a bar jot lot. A bar jot lot. Pala up and laughed at the sneak. Sunset our year will be discussed. The no see it's a nation, no, a lord in business. Or what ego a sign it or die something out of one going to so that I need age a ya issue one name sink. No. Yeah, wait up. Oh, could they be yeah. Then isn't just shot at to the little something it's out of ten a Bahwin no Yahasna. I don't the a Zani clinic stop AD Shahid Ela Robert as in Zid Army Tenedy and Dean shit at the no deep as chin at the no. Over a low in the Jiliniki Haman Liniki Article Peshijo no. This is just the finance techniques. Tohanes of Chinda. Coco finance techniques of Chingadas. Chin hard the inadosatos, but oh, Charchinato protect the Polish. A quair. Beschrijft ze epithet itonisch. Eigen auto as. Pala nishiniki esi आज बिलक नाट ito vegetarian stido. Wat aan kinan kinsen lala. Rani Mr. Rick Nasland aan kinstido. Weet hoortje. Wat af. Pandasit in. Ja, de nesla. Esi there's the on the sheet that is as a conde atonal sosibe erzeniki it's like ashiki ato hard nako but now to an not so fast to land la okay just then and there's somebody to asha identity shio is she no hala she ya with the kind Kudobe Haji Jayasa was not the here yo is na hala ein linen him ni selin him night and no. Over neck a shop on Taki so 8 ni with 8 on a cred oh yan lena so bitter a yati loto with the yogurt or niche no hard to see your wheel. A goed ego to laten de beneden zou staan. Even ja pa. Ado yo al it over kede eki ya to a ni e becha ya legi pol la yo le ko le ba hun either ya di kon gata hegita it beat this jack of its honestly digi page couple with the idea suppose in the notch elda to aid out at the clip or data chief equal but a nasna or that would up be lala o coco esi kodota beneficial ado wish ado di nature you are na is not taking a lahan ada episode or niche dito o kwaike is in they don't is it the beats and they go it is no just so episode no ya da oh niche at all you aren't is it because on they go is in what and the for the Native American church, yeah, you add in the article 18%, not at the men long, and the article 18%, no. Next slide. A coco 80 you add neck, without that, there's clear that they is the discipline, it has the discipline, a yota we no ya. Are those chin linked echo that way? Ya. Anni da noya da hasn't le cheat. Oh, you nest on down nation. Is it the seppi beyond this list? No, nest on down nation. Okay, it's the say your hiki is she the ye to le. Okay, aya away at the long. Okay, deep, but care at deep. To sleep to sleep the dummy. In a way, that I've added, okay, but I just take it. Binny Yahiki ya at the sheep with the yin and neat what that a bit Hala a creepy gita not cheated the sheep, none thought of this. No, Yahal, oh, a finish, stop, Sayasada, what's not. The way Michigan it's an art in this and that's no yeah they is a quite it's an idea from our when the art of it so notice that I in is a what ego aim here or if he big sella next slide I don't that the quiet is the nasty been the case the nest at all but the leaky they can take now last is in the eight of the eight and in the way it's in the eight in the other eight of the no arrow the con so what that I need not the question I had that he did see ya con it's so doesn't the whole Nasi si your castle, Nasi in nice shape of this, so that the Nosi the Nada easily to citizen Handal e. So deep at the more Yaziki, Honna, the Agi, Dojona, Agi, should I pass no behind. Okay, out ego AC at the now is the Danoya. Adult citizen that Danji is what our Miso. Because she don't want this case, so even the kind that's science. Over the net, or easy out of that, it's about this case. Nearly on neatly, ya, or okay. Oh, a sheep in bed down, see kiss. But oh, your husband shut it down. No. Medicare at the Hala Queen in national cliff on this. A pay dancing kiss. Other connection would know what all you but not of it either. Don't know ya that now. I couldn't a down no way, but then a short in Chash a hotin. The same dart on this. The street that we died and in the Hatitlish. Asian Ash Nila Shash no Sha Ebahas no Shash everything. A coding not the at the that in the in Zanda identity dash. No han when no AC is Steve Darden in a dash to finish a question husband. Okay, is bunch of Kisti is only as it is nicht na. Be done team go a Dalia 3 cloud one of the below the Dino. They would punch a steel with great pay. On her below Yana, I don't know way by Chidbit by the question all wasn't it 100 then the later attend to see the land so they quite a night chito then the Italian others is now when they is the net the sun does late the crowd see the she name nil got a la a coco asian behind Benigni to legends or scenes. A call Craig see bay down see kiss. To hold abo of it air. A day to be nita. To just either. Halahope in night. Could be down to kiss. Ado nenek a show banza kiss. The Atali Hajo Battery. Atali Hajo Battery to distant with the Nitins and other people have on some case. In the case, they guess don't add about the not the can't identity dash. Yan, I can't get that needs in the touch of Ashley. A question they don't see case on this. They cry a little. Snap is they like sort of answers this. Yeah, and so no, since you got the dot in Sana, so quite get that. Get the nails in the silence. We have to net on the alto, the nonsense. What I see the next show at times, case, the next slide. For the case in the league, the other benefit that was even at all, but I at the next show, what are they in or such a dimension. I don't know your house, she's in star heat of the see that or fish of the minute. But her zoning and need to know why it's a technique house and we start that it down. So next slide. Of a deep crab is low the down and dolish. The Kado the deep. It has only about 10 to the don't get the beginning not. I don't that the con there's only Ilya. She has in late 2000 at 2001 at it thought the speaker bunch. A title one when there's only a other but don't need didn't we hear all easily hold not eben nicht eigentlich da. Ashi Davi da, to any the down hot eater. The Codoni, Washington, cards at some Leniki, any dear. I need to go on the Agut Aya or in no pain the Jizu at pizza at Kunit. Aya be cards out some Leniki was John Hitos Center. Latin for Nishiki. Edo to the Yang to Center. Oh, there
Hello, did we get cut off?
Hello.
Yes, I'm not hearing anything. Not hearing anything. No video.
This is Delegate Claw. I believe they did get cut off. There's low internet at NDOT. Just be patient. Thank you.
Does anybody know if it's crowded there where they're having that meeting? Is it possible to drive in and attend in person?
This is to the person that was asking the question. Are you a chapter official or
Yes.
a regular?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you're a chapter official, you should be able to drive in and attend in person. This is Delegate Claw.
Okay, thank you.
This is Robert Willie. I just contacted RDC, and it sounds like the phone problem is beyond their beyond their control. So I guess they went down, so there's no phone anymore. Just letting you know.
I'm calling from Whitestone Chapter. Do we continue to hold or do we just disconnect? Somebody just announced that the phone there at NDOT is beyond the capabilities of all the call-ins. So he just, I think they just hung up or something. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. I mean, I don't know why I'm still on. Who's all on? Whitestone Chapter is. They should have got a place where they can get that capability. I don't know why they do things like that.
Chris Spinelli from Navajo Department of Justice. I think their capability is actually pretty good, but it's just the Zoom system. Their phone lines might be down. And sometimes it happens over at the Legislative Council's offices. The Zoom capability is pretty good, but I think it's just their internal system there in the Window Rock.
What's the difference between Zoom and
That question was directed to me, probably.
At A, the regs are curly. Oh,
Hello?
community, base copy chatati in the done. I thought it has any, you know, the koto a ya the sabeta na the diet or a year. The hot aya united eto ina the care data add a put out edo what that no yen ego ko quaike. So that a digi thing here or a leaky, which bears any is allow ya a digi be down in the yard a good on nation. Halata wish in the door open is I yak. Oh, it's more ego than the Christy clink at the cheat. Ani would be put on in an she means. Oh, you get an end. Children he that ego that is in ego that what I would ego. A ya in an she means. Oh, at the cheat, and the way at the sins Hanache. By Nate or children, he. I had the needles hard over. Ya never get the husband. She lived in the honey. Or kitten that board there. Oh, a hiki, Nikina machines and the potty, your ad, Niniki. Oh, it's a bitch that I need. Oh, now, think the child with a George so they can think of the child. I don't torture you. None George that they did us and go without us. I go, was it there? Those are the Hikata Yapani. I don't go Katie in stop. I don't his center. Oh, I bet you see the Amco dealer auto shop. No, which one now began to say about that. Our year, Arizona Attorney General recommendations. I saw isn't that it's just a date. No, it seems she doesn't do it. Radio a couple of weeks ago. It came in the Ataway. There put out a so not so that the deep no band house, you know, you didn't be in us. But I put a key at the banner on the Craig as so the road up it said the put out 8 of this Crayo and then here the car put 8 of this in the usher. I don't lay into the net. Oh, beneath as a car that is little. What I think is not only Sumaya as a sheep. What are those? What that?
Oshi, Shah Aroshigash, Mr. Gorman, put on the Negi. Although Bakes Nassens, Nagin, they are the Nahaja. Leaking a K Hatti, put on later that from that. Done till could a coho, Kodo Aya, Shah, Dini, do Ado, Kodosh, Edo Fatna, Dos Kida, members of Resources and Development Committee. Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Orman, yeah, at all. Either. Put on it now, some that all. Can see that, when you can find it all. Carefully, and deep on Kesperdos in Flana, Elna. But on Kesperdos and the put a hot, take it all, lashing it, and that was Shahus and the Lord and Lebanon, and then you see the word, but there has on it, Ingo to Kesperdos and then the oh, the ill, but a call, hey, which he put has Jo an so has case do an so go shin for those in the gation that in the go to yon isn't later or bahons and ko this ho not qua hain ji ya ne za di o jo ba ku dianga ne o sato betfada shkaj ko ini Beşmahas anya hiç nabi neyse. İşoli gendiş nabi. The nebizad asago not be but guess saat izayet egoban saat case the shnila nabi la ioliga the shnila. On his radan kidahit hafa bane kayane nabikiyet ki acı beşmahas anya hiç Aro lebe has ani na kiedos ti edodi nida. John Naden aquaki dides in his radiki o oda aquoda odelna. Aro lido fishida ahunana at another gift and the margin of Ashes on the Johnny and Jos such a thing. Russians oh the dido fishid within it and the gutchnela. Doch ego inje sedane. Ja, dort is je wel geen sneller. Na reden ja. Ja, dort is je even als je een horst gaan. De carrière dort is je dat niet. Nou, nee, zo denk je dat ik graag sneller. And I appreciated that. How that? I call our nation, our culture is being diminished by many influences. Agise, Dikon, Agise, and Lako. The language, yeah, it's unique. And the EGC, whether it's text message or social media, or that of so unfishy idea. Infection, Hashida, no unheaded, or that neither. It's a holiday, on that need, and that she think if I get over. Issue and a chunda squashera, Sunday squash a word, wanda, and Sunday, a skin or lethoya, the nether letho, stand or the neither. A core need another by Sunday influences. For Tida, the care has seen, then the dash person or hand jig on. Aro dida den beke hasting go easy at Kodios crafter. Ne casket is easy begun for day. Aro that cremation between it's not but it's easy that the Dorfex cheap not let a cremains now the But what did the neck at you going on? Tequila, height, Ashbe has Ashen, what are the net? It's east at Letiki, Bonandish, his Asahakon, not kick on did the net, Hastigo, the care Hastigo, Yaha. Lachte it's easy, his own strategy, undo, Nifko, what Ado, their final resting place again. Upon that, it came back over you roadside memorial shrine between Nego. I think they had the Korot and to complete their journey to check behind but it actually what I need, I need, actually needs to have a baby, and then he have not at the idea that they don't see a hot, the honest, I give it a honest, I could roadside shrine, and then in that Memorial Day, nana at a excuse age, not yet at age, the Cajon, the any gave one another way job for bed. I don't know, Karen back a hard, she should have not dead, so that if it's just hard. A storage let Cajon, then all not people has unhaven a quotidian and Tinniki. Being his and so Mr. Gorman, Chair, thank you.
Of course, she asked Mr. Gorman and Japanese later, these and a day kidigi a cremation of the body. It's easily the Lady Aldo in there, relieving the body to Mother Earth. Their roadside shrine, the memorial, it's Papa Bay and Nigi. Or is she quiet now? Not in Shapo.
The Belagana, sorry, I don't know. It's after ego a. Nicht besser oder nicht. Hat es asked which it did. Ado, Kodo, the Nani Klinigi, after ja, in Aiki, nicht Alana Nixon. Okoko Okwaeke is capitalism, free enterprise, Lagami Kacho. Okwaeke a nicht ya Lashla in Lina Ishnihiki, and Zono Adole, but I Liniki Yene Lono, Tapit in Okokote, Nike all East, ya light Ayayanamistry. But all being out in that door, being anti-nat lesson, so people Steve Darden, Yadot saying, Sendeta, Shinan, don't know actually a decode big in the die, in yet on the da, or the way like the modern the art and the what the nana start or list only hard is the garden. I say, not to ask so to the issue, don't ask. I don't kid so young what else and hissing ya but it's under English no I saying lados in lot of basic symptom ye dan or even if I answers case of the other non it's easily me to go down or even if I ya to the to get his no easy tie, not easy like Cabby Caggy beneath the huge adobe is hard on it. Okoko Anihats is legal a yabi beneath adobe door in Najish. Okoko nate a just Danny leg at Isiki a so it con 8 of it not yet. It's that kind of competition that no, Yahazinase. Or the cremation, Niniki O Nin latte, but I Liniki 8 in all. In that game, Ankilo. Or Anin hidden man, the existed of Lishwait Ayaba is. Querat ended at Sabis, Ato, Bilkito, Atepa, you is no. A Kodan is shit, oh, 9 days a day. A coco, a quake, a hate on the seat in Alice the way out is left. Over our yard, 8 old days like it did me. A good day, sir. Or Sinai Sea Garden, yes, it's an ask. Wait out of the kiss. Nalo yards. I see me with a quake cremation. It's at the door. It's Easter door. She is the door has owned. Paladin is the sin. It's at the nature the siniki nicht ein deutsche Letter, deutsche Splitter, the shit that. That's a no-no. I don't they keep on that in Nielsen, they in Niki, George Smith, the KBK had people. Didn't hear the cake on in Nana, they need a quake at the shadow Lehiki. It unaware we are a jot out in until the which was zoned on this. I don't such a was on needle this. Join Zenisi, Jane until Linden the catch the ball. Our Diego, a chata, open the dark of the in niche ADG. Bay is the glass of it even a no weapon. A don't die. Ado citizen how to gas it. A answer to get gas in the high eagle. A cow dancing kiss. A yan and not to know in until. A sink echo day dancing kiss or deep niche. A yan lay dasho. Ne dago adolemma dan hitahti luosa dago eben nicht eine wette ne ado o khalana nane zobe dansen kis esi dilzin o kollejo gaslo ani ya zona shadow lish zona zono sinne tsido sinne adalt edo this is no dance as kiss or live. The shot at the no that be no time not I usually. What egg was she to seco? This seco the wait out in isn't it? The zona shadow less to that the no a danda in the class. A shin bit a coy yan at the jing a behani. Ede ya ran some long. Ya a dan natahi nishpe. Then he no. I see in the native case of that. The way it on hasn't sunshine. What out that the neck is on Tiniki. A Steve Dodd enjoying his with me. Nana, I leaned there a patab in 19. What I seen the Dana street of the Shimayas.
Yeah, Mr. Gorman, Otto Shanai, Honorable Nez, did that clarify your two questions?
Yes, thank you.
Agushi, yeah. Any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions regarding presentation that was made by Human Rights Commission? Agushi, Joe, put Adonana here, Mr. Gorman, Kun Linigi, in his Chohin Ado, the Kodo Eya, I had number Washington, your days, Nishi Gishi, Kodo Chanahato, Ado, Baquansino Eya, the Resources Development Committee, Gishi Eya, Final Authority, Nila, Ashin Kinhas, and the Kun Linigi. Ko dishi aye go linigi kodo wing iya do tieto kodo eya and dahan agati ay dahan anigi shi eben nache who linigi eya be nache be bansi case to ado kodo shigato in nan nishbil but dish inigi Resources Development Committee member sheets to linigi besto Yan Casey Linigi Hajo the Ito Benachi Hajo be bandit into on the eight then who then Linigi Potoshanai Honorable Nezia Hot Nagi the Aya Hashim Sogo Aya unhinged the Nebazar Ponahis Ado Sheya the day calls up in Gena East High began the Koho Andi Shajado Shumatnek at Yakin RJ Benahos Ado the Lay studies the no Koko ani e ya dikat besh bahasa ani dinigi tadam tragon hasida ani e yegon ti kiss the nan that hate la lini in yago best edo jo quinzen ko kodo e ya ani sa e be danki be hin danki les tra di do dato ida at ni go kun linigi ado shi an shi nani e ni zahigi chinies do be nani tinda e shi ben nada o kuda haut a quinzen ko she yan trago shi le kun linigi be hin ado do ajibet dan din stopet nan de staden inigi kuda na sosen ki dato nin in trago ja in de schlicht ko e kut ela Mr. Gorman
to da kedi gide ya ti to yi ni ke ni ti na ki so da la na miste e sa ile de ya na mi si kan la ta sa na na da no that is the office adosen si ke sa na tle in re so le ha ho so da just the tree so how so be to isn't da ye ne lo in the start that need anegi ana kitchen na ki me sa ne tle on na te ti pe yo still it's your date ne ban ni ke pe si sa si na da hi ko a pa benista ya kudo se do things hinskate the na nis leniki as na pa da se no si an enda ni Gutela.
Begoshi ja so e shi ben na linigi kun lini ja na ni kunga sa linigi kodo ke dato nin ado di na so sa sab ka shi jai di to trago ja ado sto linigi shi e ya kodo e ya nas na de shi e ya kodo be asadi resources development committee members di nini eheid an nasta for Jones sto lego de nebekea baka di da aye gon linigi be inchiyat het in leading hit de net yo das in jo eden linis tot nam nischen khat namestla ado kun lini shi e ya Nanish linigi jo di needs and washing linigi jo di ni ko ja she ko don that after you are you may go about your business and thank you again so much. Although at this time I'd like to members of Resources and Development Committee le nes nata jinja break that the leadership
We're in that.
so Lego hindi in Starbucks. So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, colleagues. Just get a stretch because I know that the regulations is just like I believe a final version. Then we'll go ahead and go over that. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. So, going back to the agenda, I'd like to go ahead and allow at this time a presentation by Navajo Department of Justice. We've got the chapter and the Natural Resources Unit and General Land Development Department to give us the updated Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations for final consideration. Again, Resources Development Committee does have final authority. So we do have presenter, Mr. Roderick Begay, who's Assistant Attorney General to Chapter Unit under Navajo Department of Justice. We have Ms. Veronica Blackhat, Assistant Attorney General to the Natural Resources Unit with Navajo Department of Justice. And we have Eddie Anderson Adasta, Department Manager with General Land Development Department. And I believe that we have the final version emailed to us. Okay. So we do have a PowerPoint presentation here by the team that will be presenting. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, those members of RDC, just some background, based on Mr. Gorman's, presentation. You know, like Michelin, it's been over 18 years on the Navajo Nation. And just for background to the community and those, and then those of us in this room, part of my attorney life was being an attorney of the judicial branch over there. They're talking about incorporation of traditional principles into court decisions. And that was a really tough task, because you have our Navajo statutes that are based on federal or state or some other jurisdictions, policies and regulations, which conflict a lot of times with our traditional practices. And sometimes you can't reconcile it. And that's why I discovered, being an attorney, trying to advocate for what does my client want. And as DOJ, we have so many different clients. You know, we have, for me, it's the chapters. What do the chapters want? And what does RDC want? What does DCD want? What about Division of Natural Resources? And then Mr. Gorman talked about, you know, Title I, the Navajo Fundamental Law Statute, and they talk about the Nohakat and Hazani, and that is, they call it common law, Navajo common law. And they talk about how we have imposed our own laws not based on traditional practices. So we have adopted state statutes, and that's what they call common law. Under the Navajo Fundamental Law Statute. And we use that term loosely, Navajo common law, because under the courts, it does refer to traditional law. So if you don't really understand the distinctions between all of those different terms, you know, I suggest that you learn about those things, because I certainly try to adhere to, and over my experience, try to recognize those distinctions, because it has to be, you have to talk about those things, because Mr. Gorman's right. We have detracted from our traditional practices, and there are certain things that our Navajo courts have said in the past, like, for instance, they say counsel, you cannot write traditional laws. It's not up to you, it's up to the holy people. There's a Navajo case on that. And so that's what I remember. So that's why I chose not to regulate, not to try to incorporate any type of traditional aspects into these regulations. I just want the people to know that where I'm coming from, I'm not advocating for adopting a foreign practice or regulation, because we're already doing it. You know, our people are already adopting these non-traditional burial practices. But through the General Land Development Department and DOJ, we have been dealing with these so-called illegal burials for numerous years. They've been at grazing officials get asked, council delegates, they get asked. They go to the president's office, and so we get questions from the president's office. Is this allowed? And can a person bury their loved one? And our answer is always Quilla. You know, and so this is why we're here today, is to try to bring to light some of the answers that all of us are searching for when we're dealing with modern burials. And you know, I reminded a few sessions ago that 1999, this body asked all chapters, please create a plan for cemeteries within your land use plan. That's my interest here. Because there are certain delegations haven't been made. You delegates have been faced with community member concerns. Hey, my chapter is charging me $1,000 to bury my loved one here. And then you come to me and say, can they do that? Can the chapter do that? So this, you know, these regulations address that type of question. And the other, you know, going from 1999, it was the grazing committees of that time that asked this body, basically saying, please help us address all of the burials. There's grazing disputes over burials, and we need to really have chapters plan for cemeteries. And in that resolution, 1999, one of the things they said, that this body said, was that the chapters, you're going to maintain the cemetery. You're also going to create policies. This body also said family burial plots will not be proper and appropriate unless it is legally withdrawn. And so those language is what we have been dealing with, because we don't have policies and we don't have regulations to guide us in moving forward. Again, we have my colleague here, Ms. Black Hat, who advises the General Land Development Department, but we have teamed up. We had the first work session of this body right before the COVID-19 pandemic happened, was the first work session. And at that time, General Land Development Department showed a map and said, all these burials all over the nation. And we're trying to map, we don't have all of it, and there's disputes, and grazing officials are being asked, can I bury my loved one? And so there are so many disputes, and there's no Navajo case on it. There's one Navajo case that's not even, that mentions a family plot burial, but it's related to a grazing dispute. And that's a 2007, 2008 Navajo Supreme Court case. Otherwise, there's no policies, there's no regulations, there's no Navajo case law. There's nothing to guide us. And so that's the purpose of today. And so some things that as Mr. Gorman mentioned, we gave him a draft back in June of 2022 and asked for comments, and he explained that I guess they didn't want to address it. And again, I keep repeating to this body that we're not trying to regulate those traditional practices. All we're trying to regulate is the existing practice of modern burials. And so we want to tell not only our membership here on the Navajo Nation what the regulations are, but to tell the funeral homes and the mortuaries off the Navajo Nation. Here's our laws, here's our regulations regarding modern burials. So again, I want to go back and reemphasize that, you know, I'm just a lawyer. I try to do and help what my clients want, and with, you know, and my clients going all the way back to the 1999 RDC resolution, they trying to perfect and clarify what those language means. And so this is a draft after, again, our first work session. After our first work session, our first draft was actually April of 2020. But we solicited comments, and we obtained those comments, and it resulted in a final draft. Or I guess the first draft, the first final draft in November of 2020. If you compare this draft that we're going to talk about today with that draft, it's not, there's no major changes. And you know, we've been talking about these same provisions for a while now, except now that we're out of COVID, now we're garnering a lot more, I guess, a lot more feedback. However, the substance of it, the structure of it, and everything has not really changed, except now that we removed family plots and roadside memorials. That's the word draft that we have currently. And for those that are just for historical background purposes, our very first draft had family plots and roadside memorials included, and we were going to regulate that. The roadside memorials was using primarily Arizona, because Arizona does allow it, and they have policies on it, and I emailed those to you, RDC members, this morning. And then also New Mexico does not have an express authorization, but they do have a criminal statute that prohibits the desecration of those roadside memorials. So in a way, they are authorizing the practice, whereas state of Utah outright outlaws, based on my research, private memorials. I think they allow certain types of memorials, but for private memorials on state roads, it's prohibited. So trying to balance, because we do exist in 3 states. The state of Colorado also outlaws it. was how we drafted the roadside memorials initially. But then now that that's prohibited, you know, we can certainly talk a bit more about that. And then the family plots issue. Again, that's, you know, since 1999, this body talked about it's, you know, you have to withdraw it. But if the leadership wants to outlaw that as well, you know, that's up to this body and because you do have authority to provide these regulations. And at that very first work session, General Land Development Department, they revealed other related burial issues. We talked about family plots, we talked about cremation, roadside memorials. And so this body tasked us to try to create some regulations. And so this is, you know, based on comments, based on presentations and other work sessions and RDC meetings. This is what we've come up with. This is the latest draft. This incorporates all of the comments that I have received so far. And so if we start with the draft, actually, do either of you want to say anything?
I don't want to add anything. I mean, I'm in agreement with what was stated by Rod with respect to, you know, the creation of these regulations. And he is correct. We do, you know, get community members that, you know, they don't know what the current practice should be. And we oftentimes get people coming to our offices requesting that we sign off on consent forms, and, you know, we have to turn them away and tell them we're not authorized to do this, and that, you know, that they really should, and usually this is consent forms to bury a loved one within their family plots, and we have to tell them, you know, that the practice right now is that they should stay within the designated cemeteries. And it's frustrating because, you know, these people have come out from wherever and are going from office to office, and they don't know, you know, what to do. And, you know, they're being turned away from all these different offices. And I personally, I mean, it's heartbreaking because, you know, they shouldn't be having to deal with this, you know, during that time when they're dealing with the loss of a loved one. This would be the last thing. But I really do think that having these regulations in place would provide some type of guidance to, you know, families and offer them some perspective in terms of, you know, what can or can't be done. But you know, other than that, I mean, I agree with everything that, you know, Rod stated. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to also provide some information. Since we've been having the work sessions with the 25th Navajo Nation Council, you know, we've been getting more inquiries from chapters. And just as Mr. Begay said, you know, there's already that law in place, that resolution that's requiring chapters to be in compliance as far as community cemeteries. And just going through my emails, and we've received numerous calls, but my emails alone, we've had like 11 different inquiries since probably the beginning of the last quarter, just on requesting for presentations for land withdrawals, with these regulations. I'll just name a few chapters. You know, tomorrow, actually, some of my staff are going to Vicente to go give a presentation to the Club C committee on this exact same thing, community cemetery land withdrawal. We either get them on new cemetery plots or new coming into compliance or expanding or requesting for veterans, you know. So like look at Ukiah, Coyote Canyon, Round Rock, Tulani Lake, you know, these are all communities, Seasons Falls, Tuck City. Like I said, Vicente, Tohatchee, these are all communities that are coming to us requesting this information and presentations. And then that doesn't even include the amount of private individual community members calling on family plots. And you know, that's a big thing. You know, I shared it in the last work session that we had. You know, my family, we're in the same boat. And we need to come into compliance, but we have to have a way, some kind of a mechanism to help assist those existing family plots, and then even going forward, you know. I mean, just like Veronica said, you hate to turn people away, you hate to tell them in their time of despair and mourning, you know, I mean, we can't assist you, we can't recommend you to go anywhere, you just have to go to the community and you have to go back to the chapter and make those requests, you know. There has to be some kind of a way to help them, to help these family, private family plots, because right now, as I said, mentioned in the last work session, we have a couple of family plots that are waiting this legislation, this resolution, these regulations. Because they're just basically in limbo and they're just sitting installed because we don't have any regulations in place. So hopefully we can work together to help not only the law, but to help everybody across the Navajo Nation to have some place to go instead of going from office to office to office and people just giving them the runaround. And you know, Mr. Brigade's right, we don't know. And these regulations will help beef up our department and will help assist not just communities, but also individual private family members when they're trying to come into compliance or, you know, going forward when they have an unexpected death in their family, because we don't know when somebody's gonna die. You know, so we don't know that information and we just have to do our best to help everybody, our Navajo Nation citizens on the, across the whole nation on either Navajo trusts or fee land. So that'll be my end of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, so, Brian, if you could, here we have just basically the table of contents. And if you could scroll down. We can start with general provisions on the next page. We, with the help of Ms. Khan and, you know, and this body, the Navajo Nation Council recently amended our burial statute that was hadn't been touched since the 1950s. So these new amendments happened right before the end of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And what it did, in addition to some clarifications, it gave this body, RDC, the exclusive authority to create regulations. So that's what this is saying in this part A. And then based on the recent comment, I added this Nebabazani provision saying that, you know, we recognize that the importance of applying and incorporating traditional principles. So however, these principles are inconsistent, you know, we want to be consistent with the traditional principles practiced by the local community. So again, we try to just stay away from you know, regulating any traditional, you know, principle. So part C is talking about basically just relevant laws. None of these actually apply to these regulations directly, including the just shop policy. Just shop policy, I touched on that briefly last meeting, where that talks about, you know, historical burials, you know, those that you just stumble across, and these are not modern burials, these are long. So that talks about that policy, how the Navajo Nation government will take care of those types of burials. And so that we're not touching that here in these regulations. Again, we're focusing more on modern burials. And then just a general purpose, creating a you know, some administrative procedures regarding how to handle disputes, how funeral homes, when they do perform burials here, how those are supposed to be done. And so we will have standards, and yes, they do mimic the outside standards, but if we want to change those standards, again, this is the reason for this work session, but what we did when we were drafting this is we looked at other jurisdictions to say, okay, this seems to be a common way to handle these types of things. So that's what we incorporated into this draft. This regulation, the applicability of it applies to me as a private person, applies to everyone. Anybody performing a funeral service. So this attaches to funeral homes and mortuaries that come on to the Navajo Nation. We want to make it very clear it applies to everyone. And so will or shall is mandatory and not discretionary. That's just, lawyerly language just to make that clear that, we're not saying may, there's a purpose of saying may in certain areas and will and shall in other areas. The definitions won't go through each definition, but we tried to create some definitions here just to make it even more clear. Even burial, what does that mean? Disposition of human remains, and that can be by cremation, internment, entombment, or burial. And so these are, I guess, various ways that term has been defined. And so we want to just be all inclusive about no matter how you say it, that's going to be called a burial. We're going to talk about cremation later, which is going to be and continues to be. It's always been outlawed, but we don't have something in writing to say that's outlawed. This will create that writing and put everyone on notice that cremation performed on the Navajo Nation is prohibited. Family plot cemeteries is also going to be outlawed through this draft. And we talked about family plot cemeteries. And a family plot, just for clarification, is a cemetery. And so we talk about the different types of cemeteries because under our own law, there was only 2 types of cemeteries that were talked about because those were the 2 main types of cemeteries that were on the Navajo Nation in the past. But now that there are other types, we wanted to, again, be all inclusive of the different types of cemeteries. Let's go down to let's see, let's go down to page 4. And let's start with section 3. And this talks about the expansion of cemeteries, saying that, under our Title 16, Section 225, 2251, and 2252. It's basically our trespass statute. Every square inch of Navajo land has to be authorized, whether that's by grazing permit, land use permit, all of these permits that we have. And so if you don't have that, you're said to have, commit trespass. And so that is mostly the underlying basis of why we have all of these permitting systems. So here we're telling funeral service providers, the funeral homes out there, you need to have a signed authorization from an authorized sexton What is a sexton? That is defined as the person who is authorized to, to authorize to allow a burial to happen on the Navajo Nation. Whether that's someone at the chapter for a chapter cemetery, whether that's someone at the division level, or whoever that is authorized for the main administrator for the different types of ceremonies, that's who that authorized sexton is. And that person will be mentioned throughout these regulations. And that if they come on here and they don't have authorization, they could be subject to civil penalties, because once they cross the border, we have civil jurisdiction. And some of the things that just want to make clear too is that I agree with a lot of what Mr. Warren was saying about how some of these off-reservation entities are taking advantage of our people, but our civil jurisdiction can only extend so far. But if they choose to come on here, that's when we can regulate. And so that's something that has been established through federal Indian legal principles, our civil jurisdiction, our regulatory jurisdiction. But I think we can impose this onto funeral service providers once they decide to cross that border and enter here. It's no different from them crossing another state jurisdiction. They are subject to that other state's jurisdiction. So when they come to Navajo land, our Navajo laws apply to them. It's just making it very clear that whether you're creating a new cemetery or expanding your existing one, you need to follow the land withdrawal regulations and work towards an approved lease. So all of those principles apply there. And here, section 4 is what I was talking about earlier, is the different types, cemeteries and their ownership, basically. A chapter or a group of chapters that decide to maintain a single cemetery. I know that that the 1999 regulation does say every community. But if you look at some communities that may not have acreage for a proper cemetery, some communities have decided amongst themselves to share a cemetery. And I think that if we just recognize that here, that's why I say that a group of chapters can also own and manage a cemetery. And then, of course, there are any cemeteries that are owned by any religious organizations here on Navajo, cemeteries that are within Navajo allotments, and then even single archaeological burials. We can consider that a cemetery. In fact, outside Navajo, any burial, a resting place, could be termed as a cemetery. So it doesn't need to have a formal fence or area outside Navajo, that could be a type of cemetery. So we wanted to be very clear on what these different types of cemeteries are. Moving on to section E, subsection E. This is where, based on prior discussions, we prohibited Navajo family plot cemetery prohibited on Navajo Nation trust land. And then made that very clear. And that any pre-existing family plots, they're going to be grandfathered in. So that it won't violate the regulations, they don't have to rebury or anything like that. And also, this could be a potential topic for discussion today is. Okay, if a family, and Mr. Anderson talked about this at the last meeting, is if there's already pending applications for leases. For family plots, I'm not sure how we're going to do that, how much set aside the areas they've done, but here we were saying. Okay, future burials at pre-existing burials, family plots, they probably could be prohibited as well, but again, that's a discussion. That requires attention because once we go from allowing family plots to, prohibiting it, and it generates side issues. And so one of the side issue is what do we do with areas, pre-existing areas that have room for additional family plots? But now, how do we regulate any future family plot burials that may have room to do that, but then our regulations say it's prohibited. So how do we want to address that? And then if you go to section 5, and what we're doing here is talking about the burial standards, the cemetery standards, and the maintenance standards. And so the burial standard under subsection B, we were suggesting that there was going to be no prohibition or requirement that the decedent is embalmed, coffin in a coffin or container, or whether a liner is required. We're not going to regulate that part. We're not going to tell people you can't have this or you can't have that, or we're not gonna say we're going to require you to have all of those things. We're not saying either or. We're leaving that up to the family. Plot size, I'm sorry, not family, just plot size in general. These are based on, how other jurisdictions, the size of the plot. That again, we can play with these. I'm sorry, play is not a good word. We can modify these numbers, but these are just standard numbers because you have these different coffins and so forth. And so these are just standards that we've adopted from other jurisdictions. The spacing of it, we want these cemeteries to be orderly. And so, this is another 3 feet from the other. You see, I know I've have heard of stories of, without designations, burial designations in certain cemeteries, there's burials that happen on top of other burials. And so, this is the reason why it needs to be orderly. And have these things organized just to prevent those things from happening. Burial liners, I already talked about that. Grave markers, just that, this person is buried here, there's a burial here. And, we're not saying we're requiring headstones or anything, but there at least should be a grave marker that's indicating that there's a grave at this location. The cemetery standards, we don't want them to just, be out there and not be maintained. So whoever's managing the cemetery, they have responsibilities. And so this is what we're talking about in terms of cemetery standards. We want these to be properly maintained. And in terms of weeds, signage, fencing. That whoever it is, there's going whether it's a church or a chapter, or if it's a veterans memorial, whoever is designated to take care of those types of cemeteries, that there's going to be a designated officer or employee to serve to administrate those cemeteries. Again, I talked about 3, we're not requiring how they're going to orientate their grade, but it should be orderly. We're not saying it needs to be, well, I'm not gonna explain. It just, it has to have some type of order. The Navajo Nation's not responsible for providing pallbearers. But chapters, they can provide burial site excavation and backfill services. Some chapters with backhoes can provide this. Some chapters that don't have this equipment can't provide it. So that's why we're choosing the words may here. And so, because there's always a insinuation that, chapters are responsible for providing these services when there's no mandate to that effect. All cemeteries are required to have a funeral procession plan. And we can also talk about whether you want that required or have it discretionary, but having, it does help with modern burials to have a procession plan. And so just to make sure, especially when there's, each community might have a certain burial happening, and visitors and so forth. Anyway, you gotta have that procession plan to make it orderly, to make it safe. And then a roadway, some of these are just stating the obvious, but if you look at some of the community cemeteries, it's not, some of these things are, dirt roads, and that's fine. But, we want to, again, have some standards on some of these things. Base actually, and then under subpart 7, make it very clear that there has to be in order to be a roadway, you can't have a burial in the roadway. It seems simple enough, but we've seen other jurisdictions say that outright and make it very clear that there is a purpose for the roadway, is to reach other areas within a cemetery. And then having designated receptacles within the cemetery. And then having the administrators to conduct an evaluation of their cemetery at least every 6 months. Does it need to address a safety concern? Does it need to, repair any damages to the area? So just basically basic upkeep. And just making that. Which shouldn't, again, it's stating the obvious, but some of these things you actually need to put in a provision that way. You don't have somebody say, well, there's nothing that tells me I need to do anything, but here. You will have a provision saying, yes, you do have a duty to upkeep your cemetery. And then hours, for the cemetery, and then going on to subsection D, prohibited behaviors. And again, you just want to say that you can't drive off the roadway. And then subpart 2, you cannot spread cremated remains, and this includes within a cemetery. And anywhere on the Navajo Nation. Then the use of unlicensed bikes and recreational vehicles, because those have a tendency to go off-road, is also prohibited. Cats, animals, except service animals, are allowed. So service animals allowed, but generally cats and dogs not allowed. Then the use of firearms at a funeral is generally prohibited, except for funerals that involve military services of our veterans. So those types, it is allowed. And then obviously can't be soliciting business. This is to our funeral service providers soliciting business. And then persons on cemetery grounds after dusk, that also prohibited except for our law enforcement and fire department. And then vandalism, obviously, is prohibited. And then recreational stuff within a cemetery is also prohibited. Livestock also generally not permitted, except for horse processions or funeral services, that could happen. And then another prohibition is just excluding animals as, being buried within a cemetery. So that's prohibited. Again, any of those can be discussed, but I haven't received any comments or related to any problems associated with all of those prohibitions. But again, this is a working draft. We can certainly talk about those things. And then moving on to section 6. This is my client's interests. We need a formal delegation to the chapters because I remind leaders all the time that in 1998, when the Local Governance Act was created by the council, OPVP, and you look at Exhibit G, and it says that council is the governing authority, and they delegate, the council delegates powers to the chapters. And so a lot of those powers need to be expressed. And if it's not expressed, it's hard for me to advocate for my client and say, okay, there's no law here. It doesn't expressly delegate a power to you. Therefore, my answer is always, since you don't have a delegation, then you don't have that authority, and only council can give you that authority. Well, here, council gave this body authority to create the regulations, and therefore RDC could formally delegate to chapters how they can administer their cemeteries and effectuate the 1999 RDC resolution. We're going to clarify that here. So again, the subject 10B talks about, you know, a single chapter cemetery or a community or a cemetery where it involves a group or multiple chapters. And then also expressly making it, again, stating the obvious, the CLUPC, the Community Land Use Planning Committee, they need to continue to evaluate the need for additional land to expand their cemeteries. So again, stating the obvious, but with, you know, that would provide directions and further clarify the 1999 RDC resolution. And then it ties into zoning. And so not only do we have our FLEPC statute in Title 26, but we also have our zoning statute. And our zoning statute wasn't created in 1998. You know, this has history that goes all the way back to 1965 under Title 6. Under that law, all chapters were supposed to have a local planning committee and create these land use plans. So, just highlighting the history for several decades since 1965, communities were supposed to have plans for a land use plan and zoning. So, that's what these things address and incorporate into these regulations. Burial plots and services. And this is, one of the things that we talked about in the last meeting, burial plot fees. Some chapters are charging $1,000. Some chapters are charging more for community members that are not registered with the chapter. So if that's going to be allowed, that's up to this, that would be up to this body to differentiate. But here, all of the comments I've received so far was, we want to keep this the same for members, non-members, so to speak. And so someone, I cannot remember, I blamed Mike Colonna last time, and it apparently wasn't him. One of the comments I got was 150. And so that's the reason why we stuck with that. And I removed it, and then it was reinserted again, suggested as 150. So that's would be the limit, the ceiling for burial plot fees. And it gives an option if a chapter wants a greater amount, they come back to this body and they, ask for approval for a greater amount, so it's not like an outright prohibition. Chapters would at least be allowed to come back to this body and ask for a higher amount. And then burial services, making that distinction between plot fees and burial services, like again, excavation services, backfill services. Those can also be charged, and we said reasonable here. And I don't know if you want to consider a ceiling amount again, but I know from I would say that from the chapter's perspective, the distance to all the, you know, the backhoe, the fuel, the maintenance, you know, it should be reasonable to, enough to cover all of that. And so I don't, you know, fuel fluctuates in costs, and so I don't know if it's reasonable to do a, you know, a ceiling amount. And so, but again, I leave that up to this body. I think reasonable, saying reasonable fees is adequate. But again, that we can discuss that in the event that family is unable to afford these fees, then, you know, the chapter may waive the fees, and that comes from the, you know, when we had the COVID and we had a chapter emergency management plan issued by the Division of Community Development. When we were doing that, we told chapter to consider waiving their fee, their burial plot fees in that document. And so we just carried that over to this draft, saying that you can, you know, you don't have to charge it, because some, again, are we have high unemployment here on Navajo Nation. And so, you know, just recognizing the fact that, you know, you don't have to charge it if you don't want to, or if you don't need to. And then for any fees that is collected, you know, the chapters should have a fund management plan. And we're not, again, we're stating the obvious there, because if you read the Appendix M and Appendix M-1 to the yearly annual budget instruction manual, it directs chapters to have fund management plans for all fund accounts. And so if they create a fund account for funeral service fees, then they ought to create a fund account for this fund, what they receive, any revenue. And obviously the suggestion is, if they're required to maintain their cemeteries and maintenance comes at a cost, then maybe they can use these fees to cover those costs of maintenance. And so, again, stating the obvious, but, you know, we're doing a lot of these obvious provisions expressly, so there's no ambiguity. It's all in one place. They don't need to go run to the budget instructions manual to insinuate that, you know, that fund management plans are required. Here it makes it clear, yes, it is required. Chapter burial and cemetery policies. A lot of times this body will say, chapters, we're creating a template, but you chapter have the ability to, you know, create your own policy, such as housing discretionary fund. This body created, or your predecessor, TCDC, created a housing discretionary policy, a summer youth and policy, a public employment program policy. Those are all templates. All those templates say, chapters, you may create your own policies, not inconsistent with, you know, those templates. Well, here it's kind of like the same thing, you know, chapter, if you want to consider supplemental policies, you can, you just need to come back to RDC to make sure that it complies with these regulations. So again, we're not outright prohibiting it. And I think my clients would want some type of allowance, because not all chapters are the same. You know, some chapters may want to have additional authorities, and they deserve it, so they can come to RDC and justify why they need a supplemental policy. Administrative protocols, any chapter administrating cemeteries shall develop administrative protocols for the chapter employees to follow when working with families. And that just handling complaints. A lot of times for a lot of our chapter policies, there's no, who do you go to if you have a complaint about an employee that was giving you service about this, something, they might have a complaint against. Who do you turn to? Is it the chapter official? Is it your council delegate? You can get all of these different types of. So here is making it clear, you chapters, you develop those administrative protocols. And obviously, it probably gives me something to do in creating some of those templates for administrative protocols. And then providing some information, such as the burial assistance program offered through Nomination Division of Social Services. Just making that again very clear for chapters that may not be providing this type of information to families who may need some of those services or financial assistance or help. And then section 7 talks about roadside memorials. Again, based on prior discussions, this is going to be outright prohibited. And then all pre-existing roadside memorials shall be removed is the current provision. Under the state of Utah, they have their Department of Transportation responsible for removing private memorials. So do we want to I guess give that to NDOT? That's probably more for discussion, but I didn't include provision about who would remove those. So cremation, again, it can't be performed on the nomination. And then if you do it off the nomination, you can't bring it and spread it here on the nomination. However, if you're going to bring cremated remains, then the same burial standards will apply to a burial of an urn that contains cremated remains. And so that's making it very clear here about how we're going to treat those things. So again, we can't regulate what happens off the nomination, but we can regulate what happens once it comes onto the nomination. And so that's just, I'm not going to repeat all of those cemetery standards, but it's basically the same from the prior section. Section 9 talks about, taking or exhuming a body. And here we already have a statute on it. It makes it very clear they need to go to law enforcement. Here RDC, if there's no next of kin, they come here to this body. But there's already a process, so I didn't elaborate on that process. It's in the law, section 1905 of Title 13. And so that's just so it's all in one place. We've added it here. And then here's something we've adopted again from Arizona, public health emergency and communicable diseases. This is at a time when again, this draft was created during the pandemic, during the COVID-19. We didn't know how to handle these types. There were so many different questions. We had no answers. And so we just, how do we want to deal with some of those things? And so this would provide direction. It would create at least a pathway to say, okay, here's how we're going to do it. We're going to reach out to the commission, and maybe the commission directs that to the Health Command Operations Center. But these procedures would be more clear than they are right now, because right now there's nothing. And so just saying that, this is how we're going to handle deaths that may involve communicable diseases. And so that's again, another provision of another section that we can talk about here today. And then the penalties. This is adopted from again, our civil trespass statute. If you don't have authorization to be on Navajo land, you're trespassing. And so under that civil trespass statute, the penalty for violating that is $1,000. So we basically carried that over as a basis for the penalty here if they violate these burial regulations. And then any person may file an appropriate action in any Navajo court to prevent an unlawful burial. And again, I alluded to the 2008 Navajo Supreme Court opinion that it mentioned a dispute of one of the issues was a burial within a grazing area, but the court never focused on that issue. Because this body at that time actually passed a resolution saying you can't bury on another, grazing permittees area. That's, and so, but even though there's no clarity here, we want to make it clear, if you want to file something in court, if you want to file an injunction or some type of action in a court to prevent an unlawful burial, here's your pathway. This is, you file an appropriate action in a Navajo court. So making that very clear here. Our standard sovereign immunity clause, severability, if any of these provisions ever get challenged and the court says sections 6A is invalid, if the court says that, then that's fine. Section B, C, and D are still going to be good law. That's the point of a severability clause. And then any amendments would come to this body as well. So I don't know if any of my co-presenters want to elaborate on this before we turn it back over.
Mr. Begay, if I may interject, Kodosha Deja, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to her for introduction.
Thank you, Shada, Madam Chair, and then Vice Chair, Shana. Thank you again for your presentation and all of the work, the due diligence that you put forward. And then making it very clear to those callers that are online, and then us as a body. And then just thank you to everyone. And then I am Shauna Inkwa, delegate for Chinle. My plans are Hawasan and Shlino Toriji, a Bashichin, Kachini, Bashachito County, Bishnala, Estanda Mancha. Thank you, Shada. I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shadeja. I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters.
I don't have anything else to add.
Again, thank you for sharing the final draft of the burial and cemetery regulations. Kodo Resources Development Committee members, that just needs clarification from Resources and Development Committee regarding the sealing limit amount on backhoe or burial service fees. Auditing the fund account EG for funeral related services of funds that may be collected by chapter to maintain and maintenance of cemetery chapters. Auditing the other question was resources development committee creating the template and use that to work from I guess, or chapters to utilize. If chapter wants to make supplemental policy, the recommendation is to have those chapters come to resources and development committee for their recommendations and possibly approval. Auto aiding the roadside memorials, who should we delegate that responsibility to? In DOT-ish, and I know that we do have a state routes throughout the Navajo Nation, which is with ADOT or either New Mexico DOT or UDOT, ADOT, Ahigi. Ako ishi kwa ake, linigi bonso kisto. I'd like to hear your recommendations as well. So any members of Resources Development Committee at this time with any questions? Honorable Klaus, Deja.
Thank you again. As I was listening to the presentation this morning, I did hear Mr. Gorman from Human Rights Commission discuss the traditional burial and a lot of the teachings that he mentioned, those still hold true for many families, especially when it comes to the burial of those that still have traditional teachings. And I believe that, we did hear from people in regards to family burial plots. And I just have a question regarding this final draft. I know during the last meeting, the recommendation was that we try to get this out to the public so that they can also add in their comments. And that can be done coherently with the drafting of the legislation. But I do feel it is important now that I have been out in the community and also attending various chapters. I have heard people, especially those that are out in the remote communities that don't have community cemeteries, they're concerned about the regulation of, they are still in favor of family burial plots because their chapters don't have community cemeteries. So those are some of the concerns that I have heard since we've been having these ongoing discussions. Another question that I have in regards to number one, the public hearings, and then the second one is there are chapters that do have policies in place for burial regulations. Some of these are LGA certified chapters, but I do believe that it is very clear in these regulations here that they will still have to come before RDC to have those cemetery policies approved by RDC. Since we are setting a ceiling limit of 150, I believe that right now those fees are inconsistent across the Navajo Nation, and they do need to come before RDC if those fees are going to be higher than 150. So the second question I have is, will those chapters that have policies have to come back before RDC? I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page on that. And then the other question I had is in regards to our memorial, the roadside memorials in here. During the last meeting, we did say that there will be no roadside memorials. So I feel that we do have to identify in the regulation who will be in charge of getting those current memorials taken off from the roadway. If it's not identified in the regulations, then everyone, I hate to say, will tend to pass the buck
and say, okay, it's the chapters because it's in the chapters area, or it's, Division of Natural Resources. But I think that would be my recommendation for that third area when it comes to roadside memorials. So I believe that we can identify, a department that would be responsible for that. And Shannon mentioned NDOT would be the most probable that would be able to maintain that, because they're out there day in and day out on the roadways, and they do see, the changes that are happening with the terrain, as well as those that are, being constructed. So I am supporting that recommendation. So that's what I wanted to add. Shut in, I'll turn it back over to you.
So this time I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the presenter for response in regards to several of the questions that was asked by Delegate Claw.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. With regards to the question regarding whether chapters with existing policies come back to this body. I'm looking at the 1999 resolution from by Resources Development Committee. At that time, the second resolve clause was each chapter will be responsible to construct and maintain the cemetery fences, and each chapter will have their own policy for internment. And so, that's pretty vague. So if you want chapter to come back to this body for pre-existing policies, I would recommend that it be expressed that any pre-existing policies should, come back here. And so I can add a provision to say that. That's not. Oh, and then the regarding the designation, do we give it to NDOT? It seems like, when you look at, for example, again, I use Utah. I use Utah as an example because they outright prohibit private roadside memorials, and they give that responsibility to their Department of Transportation to remove those things. However, do we want to impose that upon NDOT? That's up for discussion. So, I'm amenable to, how the leaders want to address that. But I'm just saying, this is how Utah does it. And then in response to getting a draft to the public, again, I leave that to the discretion of the body. Madam Chair.
Question? I don't think Mr. Begay for your response. So in regards to the question, Shadeja, Honorable Claw, under I believe it's the Title 26 under the Community Land Use Plan. I know that chapters again here, just as Mr. Begay had mentioned, that chapters were delegated that responsibility. 40 acres of the silt up it. No, so really, I think it goes back onto the chapter, just like Mr. Begay had mentioned here earlier during his presentation, that if the chapter should decide to design their own policy to add more than what is currently shared here with us, they have that option to do so. Because some certified chapters are, performing really well, and, they want to possibly structure something that would be more suitable to them, because we know that all 110 chapters are diverse. They do have the option to do so, and I believe the language provision is in this draft policy that they can come back to RDC for their recommendations and possibly approval. So I just wanted to share that, Shadeja. I guess we just need to hear from other members who were going to give the authority to remove the memorials. But I don't know, Ms. Khan, I know that there was a question that was posed by Mr. Begay when he was making his response. Do you have anything to add?
About this particular issue of the removal of memorials. The first thing I think of it is an amendment to, like, if it was NDOT to do it, it would be helpful to put it in their plan, amendment to their plan of operation. So that's something that maybe could be generated at the same, or very close to the same time that the regulations get approved, and which would mean alerting the NDOT division director or whoever is going to be given that authority to be in the part of the commission.
I can't respond. Any other member, so did that pretty much clarify your questions, Honorable Claude?
Thank you, Shannon. For myself, I would like to have it explicitly expressed, so if Mr. Begay can go ahead and draft that in. And we're not saying that no to the chapters that currently have it, we just want to make sure that they are aware there is a burial regulation in place. I feel that if it's not, if they're not aware of it, then they will continue to draft their own policies. But the whole main idea behind this was to make sure that there's consistency all across the Navajo Nation. Regardless if you're LGA certified or non-LGA certified, I believe that all chapters do need to be aware of these regulations. Therefore, it would be my recommendation to go ahead and just have them be aware. And then also, again, they would come before RDC, and then RDC, I believe, is open to their justifications. But it's just to create that consistency across the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Shada, and I'll turn it back over to you.
How about you, Honorable Claude, respond?
I had a question for Mr. Begay, and that's with regard to the authorities given LGA chapters, certified LGA certified chapters with regard to their use of the ordinances. Will this requiring the LGA chapter to come before RDC for approval of the administrative protocols be not consistent with the authorities that are given in Title 26? In which case it would seem to require an amendment to Title 26. If the authorities are going to be limited with regard to administrative protocols and such.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Mr. Begay, your response?
The provision that she's talking about was talking about these administrative protocols. And so maybe I can clarify and make sure that it's modifying these regulations, not necessarily imposing on a chapter's authority to pass their own ordinances as an LGA certified chapter. Because I think even prior to a zoning ordinance, chapters can't create zoning ordinances, it still has to comply with Navajo Nation law. And so for certain zoning ordinances, they probably would need to come before this body first in order to make it complicit with Navajo Nation law. Same thing here. If they're going to create an ordinance that's inconsistent with this, then that comes before the body first in order to say, yes, it's in compliance with Navajo Nation law. So I think that's not really expressed, even though that's the practice. However, what I was just focusing on was just this document. If you're going to modify this document to make supplemental policies, then that's what we were addressing in that particular provision. So I just wanted to make that clarity that we're, but I can try to make it clear to not impose upon a chapter's zoning ordinance authority and LGA certified chapter zoning.
Bushy, you have, Ms. Khan, did that clarify your question? All right. Members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have Bureau of Indian Affairs on the call. And they do have some questions, I believe. I don't know if this is going to be a relevant discussion, because I know that Bureau of Indian Affairs deals with Indian allotment land. So with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Bureau of Indian Affairs. I do have Ms. Cheryl Curley on the call, Mr. Lester Sosi from Crown Point, and also Mr. Gregory Mahoja. Ashiko, going at. Good afternoon, Ms. Curley. I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor over to Bureau of Indian Affairs in regards to questions that the BIA might or has. So if you could just unmute yourselves and go ahead and state your name and go ahead and pose your questions to the presenters that are here this morning. *6 to unmute.
Madam Chair, Jesus, RDC members, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Curley. I am the Tribal Operations Specialist Liaison, and I do have Regional Director Mahoja, who just got online, as well as Superintendent Sosi, and I will defer to them at this time for introduction as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did receive the draft policy regulations and did send it on to our Realty office as well as Eastern Navajo Agency to give them time to review as well. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Sosi or Mr. Mahoja?
Good morning, this is Greg Mahoja. Thank you for having us attend. My team has been on the entire meeting on my behalf. I understand that we're talking about a change to the burial policy, and to that extent, I would defer to Superintendent Sosi, both for introductions and any technical assistance that we can provide here today. Thank you.
Mr. Sosi?
Good afternoon, Yatesh Natani, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much again for giving BIA an opportunity to make some comments and ask some questions. As R.D. Mahoja mentioned, this is a policy that I think affects all tribal members, whether they're in Eastern Navajo Agency or on the Big Navajo side. So I wanted to briefly introduce myself. I'm the superintendent for BIA Eastern Navajo Agency, and we have 31 chapters, and that basically is under our oversight, and we work with those chapters in Eastern Navajo Agency. We have mixed land status. I think, as most people know, we have 22 different land status in Eastern. The main ones being tribal trust, public domain lands, and allotment lands. So I wanted to share some comments and then a couple of questions I want to add to the presenter. It has been our experience here at Eastern Navajo Agency when tribal members come to us on either guidance or maybe seeking approval on when they have a deceased individual. And I think, as everybody can appreciate, those are always trying times. And so people are looking for quick decisions or timely decisions so that they can complete their plans and do what they need to do with their loved ones that have passed away. Many times it's always last minute, and they might come to us Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock seeking guidance or some type of approval. So related to the tribal trust side, yeah, it's always something that we have to work with the members on. There's this notion of a family plot that is always brought up during these conversations. And I think that many members might think that the grazing permit identifies some type of land use permit beyond the grazing privilege. So I think that's one of the clarification areas that need to be included, is that when people say that we're going to bury our loved ones in a family plot, I'm not really sure what that means in terms of even regulation. I don't know if there's even a definition for a family plot. So there might be something that needs to be better defined. When people do come seek advice for us, we always have to look at the regulations, and then for burial policy, we usually defer to the tribal policy on burial. So BIA doesn't have a standalone policy on that. So in terms of the tribal trust land, again, we have to, hopefully there's some clarification on what that means when we say a family plot. You also hear this on the radio when announcements are being made. That's on the tribal trust side. And I believe that for many of the inquiries that we get, we also have to pull in the land department on getting some coordination going with them, or having the individuals seek out land department. We do say that to them, that it should be, the burial should happen at a formal cemetery that's designated for a community. So we do provide that guidance as well. In terms of allotment lands, again, we defer to the nominations burial policy on any decedents or any deceased that happens. But if let's say owners of that allotment land came together, they can develop some type of lease, long-term lease for a cemetery, if you will, if that's what they would like to do. So that is an opportunity for them to do something like that. But one of the requirements for that is how that land would be, or that cemetery would be maintained and basically operated, and how that would happen. So we would have to come together from the BIA with the owners on developing some type of lease for that. Otherwise, the policy is to defer to the nomination burial policy. So those would be my comments, and the questions is, again, is in the draft policy that's being discussed, does it clarify or work through what a family plot means? And then on allotment lands, again, we'll be deferring to the nomination on their policy. Again, grazing permit is not a lease nor a land encumbrance of any kind. So those would be my comments. Madam Chair, R.D. Mahoja, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Superintendent.
Hagoshi, thank you for that, Mr. Sosi, for your comments and also questions. So right now, in regards to the question about clarifying what does a family plot mean, and also in regards to Indian allotment land, it was stated by BIA that regardless if it's on Indian allotment land, BIA looks at the Navajo Nation regulations for guidance, and also that grazing permit is not land encumbrance. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Begay for question in regard to family plot.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC and Mr. Sosi. Your question, if you look at the draft of section 2 H, and it's on page 3. It defines family plot cemeteries as a parcel of land used for the purpose of serving as a cemetery for an individual or a Navajo family. So during the presentation, I was explaining that even one burial is considered a cemetery, but we don't necessarily think of it that way sometimes. And so these regulations make it very clear that even a one person burial is a cemetery, and so that would be considered a family plot cemetery if it's a burial outside of a a formally land withdrawn leased cemetery. So I hope that provides enough clarity in the definition. However, if it doesn't, I'm sure we can try to put some language together to make that even more clear. And then with regards to allotments, it was suggested by Honorable Delegate Simpson last meeting that family plot burials would not be prohibited within allotments. And so, obviously, that provision is also within this current draft. So hope that answers both of your questions.
Yeah, Mr. Brigay. So, Mr. Sosi, does that clarify your questions?
Yes, it does, but I just want to add a little bit more to it, I guess. So I think some folks on this side, sometimes tribal members come to us that might have grazing permits, and they seem to think that having a grazing permit also allows them to use or set up a family plot for burial purposes. So I think when these regulations go into effect, then it's a very clear definition of what that is. And so I think that would be probably the proper way to go, defining what the family plot could mean. And related to Indian allotments, of course, we'll still work with our latis and defer to them that there's a new burial policy in place for the Navajo Nation. And really suffice it to say that it has to go to a formal cemetery or a community. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, Mr. Sosi, I think Mr. Begay has a clarification on that, so, Mr. Begay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, these prohibitions do not apply to allotments. So, and that was at the request of Delegate Simpson in the last meeting that we had. And when I was, the previous draft, what it had was that family plots were also prohibited on allotments. And I misspoke and said that the BIA actually does that prohibition. And we got clarity on that same day that BIA does not prohibit it. And what I learned after that day was that we were, the draft of that was actually looking at 2 other tribes that does prohibit it on their allotments. And so with that clarity, we removed that prohibition. So now, if an allottee wants to have a family plot, then they would be allowed, because these prohibitions do not apply. So just to make that clarity.
Yeah, Mr. Begay. So with that, Mr. Sosi, the clarification, I don't know if you understood, but these regulations in regards to family plots is not applicable to Indian allotment land.
And that makes sense, Madam Chair. And certainly, again, from our side, BI makes the decision that it still defers to nomination policy. So, but that's, thank you for that acknowledgement. We'll continue to work with the latis that way.
Yeah, Mr. Sosi. Any other members of RDC with questions? Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, Mr. Begay, for providing your presentation on a much needed law that needs to be amended by the Resource and Development Commission. And I'm not going to be in the holds we being given for me, but I'm not going to be para has people because my husband and Mr. Leonard Borman. But I saw on here talk about traditional principles that I'm gonna have a question on here shortly. But the sheep and now, but the sheep and that's they all like the sheep and the nation. Not I don't lean the sheep, but at least other they but I'm glad that we're gonna fix it. It'll be a check mark for RDC to have completed and at least put something in place. And the amendment speaks to, in the future, it can be amended as well to make it better. So first of all, under data, but definitions of KGU. Sexton means the person authorized to sign the final disposition authorization. No, the sexton shall not include any chapter official, chapter employee, grazing official, land board member, farm board member, or any nation employee or official, unless otherwise specified. And another area I saw where it spoke to council delegate as well, because they turn to us, the people turn to us. If they go to the grazing official or land board and they say, you know, according to law, they'll try and help the people understand there's laws in places. But for them, they'll think, oh, this is just a grazing official. Let me go see my council delegate, see what he says. Maybe he'll write his name here. Or, like Mr. Begay says, they call him. Maybe the wording here, Mr. Begay, is add council delegate on there that we shall not be included as far as signing any final disposition authorization. And I believe it should include permittees. You see there, we need to make it clear. That delegates, we should not be making any decisions authorizing someone to go ahead and bury their loved ones. Or a permittee without acknowledging the grazing official or land boards. And then I'm gonna go down here. Well, you have to. Family plot cemeteries are prohibited on Navajo Nation trust land. Under Roman numeral 4, and they all you have to this is probably something that we need to have a discussion on. As you're the need, we can die family. Plot cemeteries are prohibited in Navajo Nation trust land. And now the legal area land withdrawal in the family say expand or safety negative. The late is the Nathan's and nothing. Quite a month ago, I don't know, 40 acres, Club C, they work on designating certain areas within their communities to say, okay, this is for recreational purposes. This is for farming, this is great. And this right here, it's like a ceremonial area. Quite and then done that day after they quite bahas candle less after I don't that did is don't a cemetery battle cheese. That I know we need to take care of. Help the chapters. If DCD was here, we would tell them to help the chapters with the ASC office. Wait, oh, hey, yeah, when they bring these C-block manuals, community-based land use planning manuals, which need to be amended every 5 years, they could insert that in there that they will withdraw at least up to 40 acres. But put a plan in place. Maybe they can start with 20 acres and the rest start with, non-scope or just another area that we had talked about was military service for guns. Can you put it over there where it talked about guns and is it a prohibition? Yeah, prohibited behavior,
Number 5.
I think it's number 5, beginning possession and use of firearms except upon approval from the Navajo Division of Veterans Affairs for military service. Military service. It is referred to as military gun salute service. Maybe that's where the gun salute should be inserted, since firearms is up there. And from the Veterans Affairs, maybe also would that be under the Navajo? Yeah, Navajo Division of Veteran Affairs. And then also for the fees for burial plot, $150 at the chapter. I believe the local chapters, not to create an ordinance, because they could create an ordinance for tax ordinance for LGA certified chapters. Maybe for chapters, they could just create a policy, a local policy that would say, okay, chapters, we could hire a PEP and clean it up for 2 weeks prior to Memorial Day or whatever. Just something that the policy says that the local chapter will be a part of having some sort of control over their cemeteries. And as far as fees, I would say 150 is probably reasonable. But beyond that, I believe when you have a loved one that passes on and you're trying to plan a service, you're expending all this money, 5,000, 8,000, and to have an excess amount of fee for a local burial plot is probably just not, it shouldn't be. It should be capped probably at 150. I don't roadside memorials. Okay, can you go there again? It talks about roadside memorials right there. Under A, Mr. McKay. Dida, the chief bank, the Shile, the net, your job. So there are quite a memorial, David Machibehan, Russia, Ado, Cheddar, Children, has actually chilled version of the architecture job. Quite in there, consistent with traditional principles. Quite been done for traditional principles. Jiki, the net any leg of a cheesy door that litan, and door that door, either no Mr. Haji. That is a traditional principle. If we're going to start saying consistent with traditional principles, all roadside memorials can be prohibited. Well, maybe we need to strike over consistent with traditional principles, but just write in there, all roadside memorials shall be prohibited. You're gonna either honor and resort to traditional teachings by telling everybody, no more cremation, no. No, you know, exhumation. It's allowed. Is it that? Both the para when eat it, on you pay the collect all you said, the little bit is the greater hard old trace. Better go hard old trace, though, and show another kind, and the never bears on no, the car. That will be recognized at all times by those in the issue now of the car. So and then the car not so even much. So I just want to make reference to and I spoke on this at a Northern Agency Council meeting. I spoke on it at the veterans meeting. Oh, how did the net Davis Chinash of Yapons and Behedan or so Elabes on it not on not so I show harder than that. Correct and there are sweet. Helps me the less than so did everyone talk about this before they had that you.
Yeah, tonight, Honorable Nez, and also posing some great points. So, Kadeya, I will go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters here with some recommendations that were made and again, so I'll just go ahead and yield the floor back over to you for responses.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nez, members of RDC. I took care of the definition of sexton to include council delegate. We added that in, and then I was a little confused about your suggestion on allowing family members to have family plots if they apply for a lease. My understanding was if we're not going to do that. That was based on the discussions previously. Again, I think that's the debate, is allowing it or not allowing it. Here it says there's a flat out, no, we're not going to allow any family plot burials, even though there are pending applications for a lease. And then on the guns, I added the 21 gun salute language, just to make it even more clear. And then allowing communities to consider ordinances. I can certainly add a provision in there to say that, you know, they can come here. But if they're LGA certified, they can actually go through the ordinance process. Because the ordinance process, they do have those reading and writing in Navajo and English at 2 consecutive chapter meetings before it goes to the 3rd chapter meeting. That's one ordinance procedure, and then the second one goes through that same process and then goes to a ballot vote. But there's only certain ones that go to a ballot vote for the community to accept the ordinance. So if we're going to include that, then we probably would go to clarify which ordinance procedure that they, you know, chapter would go through. Obviously, if they're not government certified, all those would have to come to this body for a supplemental. But you know, again, I think that if we add a provision for allowing LG certified chapter to consider ordinances with the approval of community. Then I can certainly add a provision in there that's expresses that. And then I already removed the consistent with traditional principles. We can certainly eliminate that language. And then I believe that was all of it. I know I wrote exhumation. I just don't remember what the comment or question was regarding exhumation. But it was consistent with the statute and things and how those are normally done. It requires the consent of the next of kin. If there's no next of kin, they come here to RDC. But for investigatory purposes, the police officer can petition the Navajo court. And then, you know, so they can obtain permission through the courts. And so, and then the last sentence, when a court orders an exhumation as a part of a criminal investigation, respect for the deceased and the Navajo shall be recognized at all times. You know, that's just you know, they're going to respect it anyway, because they're obligated to do so under section 204 of Title 7 and also Title 1. So the court's going to have to respect it anyway, but we're just, again, this is another provision where we're stating the obvious and adhering to the Nazaani. Madam Chair.
Question? Yeah, Mr. Begay. So Honorable Ness, follow up?
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr. McKay. Certainly appreciate your response. Hello, Mr. McKay. When the 24th Council of RDC on Yesi Chico Yavira, Wadi Kaki family plot cemeteries. Allowed number one, the gate. Family plot cemeteries are prohibited on Navajo Nation trust land. No. Somebody Yoinch in the Quaja, Nave, it seems to go there, your door, names down. So when they start doing that, you know, especially during COVID, there was a lot of use of name. Just within San Juan chapter, okay, just one chapter out of 110 chapters. San Juan chapter has 13 family burial plots. That's a lot for one small chapter. It's a small chapter. But can you imagine 110 having 13 to 20 burial plots? So what is it as lawmakers that we need to talk about? Should we prohibit all family and just grandfather them in? And if we do, should we just padlock them? Because right now, the next day, so somehow we probably should, maybe the next fiscal year, have some funding available for money to buy that padlocks. Something to lock them up, saying, no more. But if we continue having family burial plots, within 10 years, San Juan chapter may have 20 or maybe 25 family plots. But we're allowing it to grow more and more. What are we doing here? When there's people that have cattle that would like to graze on this land over here that's considered prime grazing area. Once they put a body in the ground, up there his skin, then you can't really do much. So this is the question for us, Right, Alaban, so case, there's so like prohibited evening. Nasis, Handish, land withdrawal, family, gish back, so they believe the big. And the last one, on number 3, that way, while pre-existing burials will be grandfathered in, future burials at pre-existing family plot cemeteries shall be prohibited. So this is discussion for us to really talk about. That's what we're having a work session here, and I'm not saying again. Ashintan, Batantan, Nature Heart, see, but that is Ashinta. And, you know, it's us to bring to the table and discussion on that. So back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Pushing, yeah, honorableness. That is a really good question you pose in regards to grandfathered family plots. Let me give it to Honorable Claw.
Let's see, the comment I want to make is in regards to what Shannon talked about just now. So we do have family burial plots that are already legally withdrawn. They have already been approved. So those types of withdrawals are already in existence. So the way I read this now is actually a legal question for probably Mariana and Mr. Begay is, are those withdrawn areas going to be canceled? Because now we are saying that we are not going to allow any future burials at those areas. So that needs to, I guess that's going to be the question. The second part of that, when we're talking about grandfathering in existing sites, to my understanding, and this is not included on our regulations, but maybe it needs to be, is the mapping of these pre-existing sites. So, and I believe that would go back to our grazing officials because they do know where these burial sites are. But I think as a RDC, since we are the oversight to the Division of Natural Resource, there needs to be a mapping system. Once this is established, this regulation, how are we going to map out these cemeteries? And as Shana mentioned here, a cemetery can consist of one person. That's defined, and it's also, you know, that person is already buried there. So that would be the questions that I have is regarding the withdrawn cemeteries that are existing. Are those going to be canceled? And then also how are we going to work as far as mapping out pre-existing burials? So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I believe General Land Development Department had. I don't know if you want to make her.
Chair, thank you, Delegate Claw, thank you. Not to my knowledge, there are no approved existing family cemetery plots. But we do have a map layer showing burials up there. And this was only done, and this information was given to GLAD several years ago from a forestry ranger. And he just went along probably the Chisca Mountains and he just started mapping. He saw in the forest burials. And you know, I mean, we have that layer, but we can send it to you guys to show, to see, you know, the amount of actual burials. And like I said, you know, as it defined, one burial is considered a cemetery. So there's a lot of cemeteries out there that are out of compliance. And you know, I mean, this is a really good discussion because yeah, how do we move forward with this? As Chair Nez reiterated, you know, this is really hard to discuss, and it's hard to to know where we have a middle ground and how are we gonna move forward. And you know, I mean, we don't have all the answers, and I know you guys don't have all the answers, but if we all work together, you know, maybe we can have a solution for everybody in these regulations to help us, to help our community members, because this is really what it's for. And of course, you know, we keep saying the people that have come to different individuals, because we get those calls. We get those calls saying, you guys approve, those forms that they give you from the cemetery, the mortuaries, you know, and we don't have that authority to approve those kind of, requests. And, you know, I mean, and yes, we do send them to different departments, but you know, nobody really has that authority. And I think we have to make a decision, a hard decision here. And, you know, like I said, you know, my family, we have it, we have one, we have a family cemetery. And then seriously, that's where I want to be, but probably I can't now. So, you know, I mean, how do we fix this?
Yeah,
But yeah, I'll share that map with you guys.
one of the discussion, or one of during the prior discussion, you know, to me, when I defined grandfathered in, to me, it tells me that the continuous activity continues. But in this provision, I think that we need to make it clearly define where if they want to continue the current family plots that are out there, if they want to continue using it, just like the community cemetery has to be legally withdrawn. Now we're talking about the legal description, and I think, you know, in terms of a new raw land, you have to get clearances done. Whereas the existing family plot, the disturbance has already been done. And maybe, you know, working with land department, that can somehow be waived. But if the family chooses to continue the grandfathered in family plots, maybe they need to get a proper land withdrawal, and also the legal description for whatever is currently fenced in. But for new plots, I think the consensus is that we don't want to continue establishment of new plots, but more or less take their loved one to the chapter community cemetery. And, you know, coming from the chapter, you know, chapters were told back in the, you know, early 2000s that they needed to withdraw cemetery land. But yeah, there's some chapters that rely on their sister communities for the burial of their community members. And again, I think that now is the time to, again, it was mentioned here by my honorable colleagues, you know, Division of Community Development, to be told through ASC to really start having chapters withdraw the land, because number one, they do get funds on an annual basis for clearances. And it doesn't have to be for the full 40 acres, you know, start on a smaller scale. You know, what is your traffic like for burial requests? And maybe like Honorable Nez mentioned, maybe 10, 20 acres, and then, you know, increasing. But that would be an option for me, and that's how I would want to address that with the existing family plots. Because again, you know, we shouldn't have grazing permit holders actually give the authorization to a yes or a no, but you know, we're also impeding on their land that they use for their grazing as well. So I'll put that, you know, I'm thinking about this, and this is a really tough you know, discussion. You know, how do you go forward? Because I know that we're not going to appease everybody, but that to me would really say, you know, to family plots that are currently existing, that properly get your land withdrawn legally the right way, and that it'll be with general land development department, where Etty had mentioned that it can be mapped so that those areas can be identified, and that would be direction to go. So and then also to the presenters here. So I just wanted to put that recommendation in there. So, Ms. Khan?
When I read number 2 up there, any pre-existing burials will be grandfathered in so as not to violate the regulations. My reading of that was whatever burials are currently there are tapped to say you are okay. Just the ones that are there, not to say that there is now a family burial cemetery to be used by the family. I didn't read it like that. And so apparently that however the RDC decides it wants the pre-existing burials to be recognized, then that would need to be clarified there. Because in the next sentence says, while pre-existing burials will be grandfathered in, future burials at pre-existing family plot cemeteries shall be prohibited. So read together, that to me does not mean that if you have a family cemetery that you can continue to use it for future burials. So those two together mean no. And if that is not the decision of the Resources and Development Committee, then that language would need to be changed. But that's how I read those two together, and it goes with number 1 are prohibited. So those 3 all together, my reading says that, and if that is not the wishes of the Resources and Development Committee, then that needs to be changed.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Khan.
Also, establish, that's another word that we need to throw in there, establish, pre-existing and established cemetery, family cemetery plots. And also, it says trust land, and so does that mean fee land is okay? So do we need to add fee land to that as well?
I think so, because again, this is applicable to fee and trust land reset.
So that would be one of my recommendations, as to define what established cemeteries, family cemetery, or pre-existing, because they kind of are the same term, if you really think about it. That's all, thank you.
So I understand the provision of 1, 2, 3. We're absolutely saying no going forward. You're not going to use it no more. But what I'm saying is what Honorable Claw mentioned here, people are concerned out there. So I was saying that what if we put in a provision, but I don't know how my colleagues think, is that if they want to continue using the pre-existing family plot, that they have to legally get it withdrawn. That's what I mean, so that they can continue using it, into the future. So that's really what I'm saying, but Honorable Claw?
Okay, so Madam Chair, you are correct. As I mentioned, there are some chapters that do not have community cemeteries, and they do have pre-existing established burial plots. So that's what I said, how do we work with those communities? And then for Chinle, I do have one family burial plot. And I know Eddie said that she doesn't have one legally withdrawn, but that person did do their survey. They actually did the clearance. It actually went through the chapter and it moved forward to GLAD, I believe. So they do, I think they do have one. And so that family approached me because now they said, what happens if this burial regulation goes through? What does that mean? Does that mean they're going to cancel our lease? Because it's a lease now. And I said, I have not heard anything. So I think I need to clarify with Eddie to see if that was withdrawn. But that's what I wanted to add. And I think that, if we add fee land, because now we said we're not talking about allotted land per Delegate Simpson. And so now we're going to be asked, why did you give special provision for allotted land? Navajo land all across. So why are we giving a special provision for a certain type of land when you're prohibiting on this side? So those are things I think we do need to come to consensus on. And for me, I think that if the family wants to become the sexton where they actually legally withdraw it, they legally, I mean, that would show, you know, if they are really serious and committed to being stewards of the land. I think that should be in the families, you know, I would say they're not a right, but a privilege. Because I think that, just as Eddie said, you know, there are families out there who do want to be buried on their family burial plots. And for us as lawmakers to say no to people, their beliefs, I don't think that's in our purview to do that to people as well. So I would be open to that recommendation. If we're gonna allow families to legally withdraw, but they have to maintain the regulations that will be set forth by this committee. So I just want to add that, Madam Chair.
Before I yield the floor back over to you, Eddie, I'll go ahead and give it to Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Out of committee, as well as this committee and Ms. Khan. As lawmakers, whatever decision that we make, we're gonna please some people and we're gonna be disappointing some people as well. That's what we do. What in the even give a chance on the house like yeah, go to the beginning a day. Patient constant, patient does get all the patient does again constant. So you put it back up there. But you saw it's kind of shijaki, but khaki. Maybe Ms. Khan and Mr. McGay here, you can guide us. First, I would like to make a recommendation, which is if we committee members provide a directive to DCD and ASC and tell them, we want you to help 110 chapters, assist them with withdrawing land for cemeteries. However, the amount, the limit is, perhaps maybe they can start with 10 or 20. 40 acres is a big area. My family farm is about 16 acres and it's a good sized farm. So if you double that, it's a good area to withdraw to begin with. So I would think that 10 acres is probably sufficient to start with. Later on, they could look at it and say, okay, this is where we withdrew the land. We'll do it on this side, they may say, or they may say, we'll do it on the west side, or we'll do it on the north side and extend it. But I think that part that will help people instead of saying, this is my family over here. You put your family got burial plot. It kind of does away with that. Everybody would be in a community cemetery. This is my opinion. This is my recommendation. What they don't fit a Schneider. Think about what I'm saying and what the repercussions would be. The kid, like I said, there's on it, patient and that nothing. But still, you're gonna do a job that hasn't been done here since 1950 something. We can say, okay, we check mark it off. In a year, we may have to come back and amend it. And another one we could check off and say, okay, DCD and ASC, we want you to help 110 chapters. Land withdrawal data on these. That'll take care of these. even noticing. So just my recommendation, I don't know if we can do that or how we can do a directive to DCD to help all 110 chapters. But if you guys wish to continue allowing family plot cemeteries, then let's vote on it. I don't honest land, it is in big as you like the side and death or less land board grazing official. Big as a corona, so here, Carl said that no. So the other send that a business and the best on it, they large no. They say a quaggy can like initiate. We're helping them and we're helping the community to understand that we're fixing something that hasn't been fixed in 60 years. So, thank you.
Honorable Nan, so at this time, Ms. Khan, in regards to their approach.
The idea of a directive is something within the authority of the Resources and Development Committee. The Division of Community Development is, the RDC has oversight over that. Would require something in writing and voting on it at a regular or special meeting so that it gets done. And the information would go out in form of a letter to the president and then to the division director that this is to be done, and we should fashion it with specific deadlines and such. But that's certainly a way of approaching the problem or the situation. I just wanted to bring to your attention the 24th Navajo Nation Council's Resources and Development Committee had a work session in Twin Arrows at which several members of the land boards, grazing committee members, and such were in attendance, and they were asked to provide resolutions regarding this question and the question of burials and such. And a great many of them found problems with family plots and burials with outside of a designated community area. And I do have we do have those resolutions, and we could send them to you. And that it would seem to be a great amount that their work in the field was showing this as a problem that they were having to deal with. And that was something that was brought up during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And there was some that said, okay, if you, I remember this one individual said, okay, if you want to continue with family plots, then open it up to the community. If we're going to allow something like that. And so they had, it's in the resolutions, and we need to get those to you. And of course, not all of them were had that in the resolution, but they had more information about what they were finding with regard to their on the ground work on the Navajo Nation. So I'll get those to you. And you have, yeah, here's, so they would be in this form like this. The Fort Defiance Grazing Agency Grazing District Grazing Community respectfully requesting support. And then down in the body, they would have whatever that they were with regard to this issue of burials.
Yeah, Ms. Klein. I did read that, those resolutions that came from some chapters and also grazing official, I guess, district resolutions. So members of Resources Development Committee, I'd like to go ahead and allow Land Board, Mr. Brigade.
근데 이 하는 게 여기서 곧 사실이 다 갔습니다. 아들이가 아니 배시면서 안 무슨 could end and lay corners and what is that has under the clear about community land use planning committee. Community, you said the first silver. The do I guess the funny really that issue. A coena was. Oh, laugh and not just how they get better than the they don't know cheap and I'm they laugh much. 5 years ago, a co needs a call, check all the each agency, I never 31 copies. So, actually, I'm seeing hard thing that's a language technically that we saturate and all something that we didn't change it. A call knowledge partner, getting the his army, they actually smoothly to get late. A call, he could add a neck. He added mentioned the needs. 5 years, that's just a neck. Ako di pagi ya hei an na ta pa ta na ti ata shape to mu the business unit develop ASC ba da cha do a shang za da a sha la ta ni sha ti da shape the no so is that ar tin len ke yo ni da shi no to a ke ti pa family pa ni a sha na khana khana khali ba da ba to be na kan predict schedule na so si da ha ha da for the has for the line is kind of a category. They don't have it. According to the Kanunde Nanda Solo, GPS the Indo, Shaking Solar, other over the application of 100. Accord the even Maya, hey, I see a hey, the Kiandish, so equal family plus it or kind of different. One needs just higher national teacher. Preaching of the Yashua, Kia, some. About a hundred, appreciate the Yahin, his salary, I don't be jaggy, he plug part of your veggie, the hot dashi, from a quarter to half a dashi. I believe you're a having be jailed by the king. For a Yahin, for the notion, the none the Nenegay. To the eye, I suppose, can kind of see dream. So that I'm showing on the house in the dash. The yash for a yak, a co 85 a day, Tigay, Yahin, who shall cheat dash, shadow 85 a day, most carry eye, is the citizen. 80 with the initial line, or chimney as it mean. A Yahi, Arjun, Abash, as it mean, or a Yahi. I will kick ahead area. I don't have any ask on the day. I think you can give a London in the dinner at more for a quite or sometimes I resolve the khaki. It's on this page 5 under section 5 in there. Burial cemetery maintenance standards. Paragraph B burial standards. Line number 5 grade markers. A limitation on the size of grade markers should be inserted. The addition again. These are the greatest ones for the that. What is no bigger something made the ocean? A quiet bus to do not have what are a heavy that say the patient is shy and does the for I don't accuse and gay high after and a should be a high kid and never make any Eva has Siga, Paiva has a Ziga, companion class, Fanta has a question there. Train the clash his count round of position. Fanta house. I thought is the bigger different numbers. R.A. baggage like there's a lot of extensions. I see him. Make his source in the chat. I don't know, shoot out here, Danago. He put up a fact, taking the show. We are Fanta, so yeah. For a hydrogen for the bend of jail over so very after that it later. Can't look at the bus and long. I also a idea and the so the push on his and now a hit the a call are you about changing a deal the page a had been that's that's all that's some days the joke had a Shanghai needs to be green or eco-friendly burial. It's on the cardboard box and maybe a quiet island, sun, so IGA potato. So I think quite another section 5. Maybe young again, cemetery standards, see A proper record keeping. By the name, date, and location of the caskets, or other relevant information by the caretaker of the cemetery. So and the Bahazon, I think the bush show, so they must have that in power. He say in this source, the Hale in a hash show that niche. I call 5 years, and now start he back to kids over that. I call HPD every day, Nick kids, a big guy, late out of this. On page 7, a paragraph D, burial plot fees and services, to get a kid, the key of an identity, no, you should give me gas, not for budget, legal, it's not showing the commission, I'm so down. Put it, one has up. By the last occasion, match they must be fully from this time, AI result downstream. AI be based on the high, Joe High AI metro, so never much choice that. She now after that shows that the never basis the choice. We have Joe Bashard, we have your charge, Topahada in high. I ate a bar, I shall be. The kid is not a cranny. You, it's a hard hour. So the way God never question me that means position. Fish out the car had to zero. The non education, nothing who knows not clear us, not sign. The car of the balance of down. No, like something the last thing I don't know. So I shot something about the lap of the next life. Over to I actually attended over 100 funerals. For deal the company, now you're the Indian appreciation, this is the thing. For our needles is the have the more done. A co 80 that's a land, for other 80 and for the AI page, to the 18 pound, a community. And here have a Sigi, I hate one a party that shit. Then the party of one that are AI hashing. Did for the AI, which doesn't that's anything. So had a team had many chips, they is not that. Particular, another that today, which is is section 8, cremation, paragraph F, burial, urn plot, gravestone, PAI, line 2, line 3, and line 4, give a kid a box. So good night, line 1, you get a line 2, you get a all urns or other receptacles used for permanent burial must be of durable or lasting material. Additionally, a green and eco-friendly. One last option. Line 3, a plot size. Ich dort some water so needed with that fish to the home so a 4 feet by 9 feet by 6 feet. So Bach yeah sure. For 85 iteration on line 4 get spacing get on a he earns I think by today I had that she didn't live has a lot so Santa Fe the veterans are the more other that color variant I had what walls can't I be that some niche in the uniquely is she has us we are so I checked it it's not a quite I had never said that and so I just either. But the dog and then we does. I don't have so. But even that is I to go out of the lessons to go every for you got it. I thought that I had added in the jail. The question out of of course, API is so obvious to go on the AIP. And go a yard to go out and think for the government source that they are something. So that she think of a lot, I think of a lot of gave. Of course, it should think you must think that he does cheat out. You look at our debated layers that he's the not so see him. Even at your son, it must be done. Even he goes something of that. They put a sign of the listener. They are in that section of the competition. Shows education that the are done because under careful time, government time, we gave it which again was no we had a city, they could touch the no. But I don't know they have no certain. You could not
Bushy? Yeah, Game food for your Eastern Land Board, that perspective in regards to the proposed regulations here before us. Yeah. I live at the so because I believe that le June don't bagi be not see though we have two members of Resources and Development Committee that hasn't got the full, I guess, discussion on this burial regulations. We wanted to go forward as a group consensus on that. So I'm just and I probably need some assistance in terms of recommendation, members of Resources and Development Committee. Although Mr. Begay is going to be sharing, the information he just shared with us on screen with the proposed regulations and the intent behind this. Honorable Naz, which I think is a really good point, is we can't always appease people. We have to be put our foot down to say, okay, these are the regulations. And it's even stated in these proposed regs right here today that was read to us, is that any chapter, so this is just setting the example for the 110 chapters. But if a chapter wishes and chooses to come up with their own format, or should they choose to charge whatever amount of money that they would need to come to Resources and Development Committee. So with that, I wanted to get input from all the members of Resources and Development Committee on what their thoughts are, and that we take that back and share it with our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and then also to Mr. Begay and Ms. Black Hat, and also Ms. Anderson Abasta, so that that can be incorporated, that whatever we choose to go with is what we want to be final. And that I believe Vice Chair Johnson said that he wanted to drop the legislation. Yeah. And I want to have my other colleagues have ample time to really comprehend this legislation and really understand, and then still collectively have a discussion amongst us members here and see what we could come up with as one regulations going forward. Again, this is not something that's going to be set, to where we're saying that there's no changes to ever be made. Changes can be allowed, one from the chapter side, or if as RDC we choose a year from now of what the best practices are and the errors that we've encountered along the way, because we can refine it again. So I don't know, members of Resources Development Committee, what you would think about this. I know this was shared to us via email, right, Mr. Tahi? So maybe we can I can reach out to Honorable Otto and Honorable Danny Simpson and have them review, but send out an email of what was discussed here. But we need to come together and allot us maybe 1 week, 7 days to come up with everyone's thoughts, and we can go ahead and come to an understanding of what we want to put forward as a finalized draft and send it to legal counsels here. Halit Aban, so case with that. Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, JD on the urn. Perhaps it should be 3 by 3 rather than the 4 by 9. And either I see that there's going to be legislation. Once a legislation is drafted, there's the 5 days comment period as well. For this did not start during the 25th council. It's been ongoing from the 24th council's RDC. Therefore, it's just refining. We even met with the land board, the farm board, the grazing official that are 20 hours. Mr. Borman was there, Mr. Steve Darden was there. That was got it, the Higby fifth in the house and then he checked the house, see, and just listening and everything, what the grazing and land board would like to work with. This is what our attorneys taking notes came up with for us. We need to move forward, that we recognize, but just what I see, I'm good with it, I'm okay with it. This is the foundation, this is the start, yeah. Now, in 1 year, we could amend it and say, okay, let's put another layer on it. Keep building on it. Maybe the 26th council will do something different, or, just as it always happens. But we're at a stage where let's introduce it. Let's give an opportunity for the 5-day comment period for people to comment. And let's come up with this. Let's do something with what's before us. This is my, recommendation. It's just there's only now counts. In 1 year, we could amend it. And for those days, you have to get later. There's a family that's going through the process, and then see, maybe somehow, like the fees. If $150 is the fees here, think about this. Chapters give money to help assist with funeral expenses. My chapter, I believe, is at 150 or 200. They could just put that towards it as well. They need to, or just waive the fees, do something. That would be a local chapter policy. They give it and like my chapter is different. My chapters along the river are different. But the generally the vice chair for chapter to solve that head out then. So DE negative so 110 chapters we just hit on. And it would help that directive give to DCD, come up with a community cemetery. That would be another check off, on our list of priorities of our strategic planning. So we're getting things done, and this is part of getting it done. But this is what it requires. We got to do it legally with our attorneys, by agency. Nathanson. So thank you.
For your recommendation, to Deja Flag in regards to what your recommendation is.
My recommendation is that I think we did more modifications today. And I think that 1 week is sufficient to review that. I know that Delegate So and Delegate Simpson are not here, but if we could just give them the update. And then also, I think Miss Eddie's gonna be looking into that withdrawal to see how far along it is. And I think that since the time we began our discussion to now, I have had input from my constituents, and I would request for additional modification for that burial box, especially now that, families have told me how much they have already invested into getting it withdrawn, the legal fees, the clearances. So, and I think if we can go ahead and see how the other constituents feel, I would appreciate that.
Vice Chair Johnson, what about you? Hagoshi, so with that, with the recommendation that was made here, Miss Khan, if we can draft a directive to Division of Community Development. And I don't know who the new ASC department manager is, would you know? A division director, is she the ASC?
ASC is Jerron Charlie.
Oh, Jerron Charlie. Is she those directive, to start helping I know some chapters are already well ahead. And there's some still, there's still some chapters that are still, kind of like, you know, at the starting point. And, I believe this was also one of the initiatives during the pandemic, huh? Sean, yeah, through ARPA, Sean, because of the high volume of people, you know, from this disease were passing away, and there was like no place to bury loved ones. So I know that it was a mandate that was given when President Naz was still in administration. As Resource Development Committee, we really need to start having chapters. Even if it's just 10 acres right now, they should have the funding for it, I hope. So 80 direct from hot delays, and we can possibly get it onto maybe not this Wednesday's RDC agenda, not tomorrow, but maybe next week. The audit agenda.
You gave me two names.
Mr. Arbin Mitchell, who
Arbin
is
Mitchell.
now the division director for DCD.
Sure.
Um,
I'm sorry.
it's okay,
Perhaps the route to take is when the legislation is drafted,
okay,
at that time, when it comes before RDC, we could do that.
Yeah.
directed at that time.
yeah. Kind of parallel to each with the others. Who'd you say the department manager is for ASC?
Jerron Charlie.
Jerron Charlie. Jerron Charlie, I gotta remember his name. So ADG been yet directive for the so again, when the burial regulations is on RDC agenda, I guess we can have that parallel with. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, if you recall from the upper Fruitland chapter, which Madam Chair, you were excused from. It was mentioned that, how the outline was going to be.
Okay.
As far as this being the final work session with all the consideration that was put, during that special RDC meeting at Upper Fruitland chapter. In addition to that, it was recommended that once these regs is drafted and given a legislation number, we will be utilizing the speaker's office to do an education campaign to let the public know that this legislation is going to happen, it's going to come down the pike, and that they will be given 5 days to comment on this legislation. I did indicate that we need to get this finalized first, so that way there's not several documents flying around that are the inaccurate or not the up-to-dated version of the regulations that need to be made public. And that's the reason why I said, let's get the legislation first and get the legislation number. In addition to that, it was also recommended during that time that we start issuing the directives to the Division of Community Development, ACS, because they do have a responsibility to this, to start draft, to make those plans available, the plots, as well as start working with General Land Department, as well as Division of Natural Resources, and so that way all of this is all laid out. So once this legislation is passed, we get a good head start on all of this stuff. So that was a recommendation from last month, September 15th, at Friday at Upper Fruitland chapter during their special meeting, Madam Chair.
Hagoshi? Thank you for that quick overview, Mr. Tahi. So it sounds like back in Upper Fruitland, there was a thorough dialogue on this. And I think our colleagues, Delegate So and Delegate Simpson, have been aware and made known of this work session here today. And the electronic final draft version of the regulations has been emailed to all the members of the Resources and Development Committee. What I would like, just to consider now is look at just getting, once you get the response from ETI, I'd like to go ahead and just proceed and having Vice Chair Johnson drop a legislation. And just like Honorable Nez here said, our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation will have that opportunity during that 5-day comment period to whether they're in opposition or they're in favor of this legislation, and the comments will be compiled. And at that time, we definitely can have review, the comments that are made by our constituents. And based off of that, and again, this can just be pretty much, as Mr. Begay said, a template for all 110 chapters to start abiding by. Kade is just like a big mess. And again, like I said, should Chinle chapter as a certified chapter choose to develop and off of this template and make it more formal or increase the prices or however you all want to do it, then at that time, leadership from Chinle will come to Resources and Development Committee. So that's the way I understand. So I think there's enough flexibility. And even the amount of $150, yes, constituents do come to chapters and they ask for funeral assistance. And I know chapters do allow, those assistance. So, but let's, proceed with it once ETI gets back to Honorable Claw, and from there, Honorable Claw will let Resources Development Committee know that, okay, I got the response from General Land Development, and I can go ahead and, direct to Mr. Vice Chair Johnson to go ahead and proceed in drafting the legislation with the current changes that were recommended here. Although Mr. Begay, though Ms. Black Hat, and just proceed with it. Then when it's in the 5-day comment period, we'll see what the comments are. So we're prolonging this right now. General Land Development Department said that there are so many applications that are pending. I know some delegates have legislations that are pending. And we just want to put it in and then just give an answer to everyone. And I think that's what the intent is and how chapters will be going forward with this. And I really like that, or that campaigning from the Speaker's office and how, and pretty much just letting our constituents know across the Navajo Nation. So I really feel like, there was enough years, enough leadership involved to try to get this out. And as Mr. Begay mentioned here, it was back in 1999. So you've been probably working on this for over a decade or even close to 2 decades. So we don't want to, stress you even more with what has to come. So we just need to come to a consensus and go from there. On this case, did you have anything to add?
I just wanted to ask for clarification. If we're going to allow pre-existing to continue to develop, then my suggestion would to be reinserting some of the provisions from the other draft that allow family plot cemetery, because that one designates a sexton to be a family member, and it gives them specific responsibilities of maintaining the family plot cemetery, if that's the direction that we're going, because it would modify that section that prohibited family plot cemetery. So, but if we're going to give a limited exception for pre-existing, then a lot of the provisions from the other draft that allows family plot cemetery would be beneficial. But I just want clarification if that's what you want in the updated draft as well. Because I do have an updated draft while we were talking, and I'm sure I can get that out by tomorrow morning to the group. But I just want to know, should I add all of the provisions for family plot cemeteries for the limited exception of pre-existing?
Sure.
Satai?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, when this subject was first brought to RDC, Mr. Brigade did present two legislations, draft legislation, one with family plots, one without the family plans. At the time during RDC's regular meeting, held at Navajo Nation Land Department back in July, it was determined that we would move without the family plot. And at the special meeting that was held on September 15th at Upper Fruitland, that same concurrence stayed in place that we would not move with the family plots, so we would keep it without the family plots. And I guess right now, just for the consideration is that there's now confusion that we want to start including it, but we don't want to include it now. So I guess that's just for the clarification purpose, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Bushy, so the consensus was without family plot. Jokwage additional chapter, either they're certified or non-certified, have that option to come before Resources and Development Committee should they want to make changes to this current template that's going to be approved per the legislation. So they do have that opportunity. No one is telling them no. So at such time, a chapter decides or chooses to go that path, then they can bring their template recommendations to Resources and Development Committee. That's to my understanding. So, but let me allow Shadeja, Honorable Claw.
Okay, so my question is, going back, unless I did pose this question, was not answered. We are allowing for the option of family plots for allotted lands, correct?
We're not prohibiting it.
We're not prohibiting it, so that which means it is going to be allowed. So if it is going to be allowed, there still should be a provision which families have to abide by. That's going to be the bottom line. So I would think, you know what I mean? So you would still need to include it. And then that would give a guideline for LGA certified. Let's say Chinle says, we're gonna allow for family certified or family plot because we already have some that are currently going through the system. So then the chapter could actually incorporate that guideline of the family plot and bring it before RDC.
Okay.
So that still needs to be included because we're not saying it's, so that was just where I wanted to add that in. So that was the reason why I brought that up. So it still needs to be included because then you're providing a guideline for the allotted lands. And then also if a LGA certified wants to pursue the family burial plot, that gives them their guideline as well.
Ms. Khan.
It's unfortunate that Delegate Simpson isn't here, but having listened to the discussion at the previous meeting with regard to this issue, my understanding was that Delegate Simpson said that with regard to the allotments, that the allotment was not going. My understanding is he thought none of this was to apply to allotments because BIA had their own rules. And so I didn't hear him say, put family plots in. I heard him say, this is not having to do with allotments because it was his understanding that BIA had their own. And we had heard today that the BIA is looking to the Navajo Nation for direction. And this is what the direction will be, is what's in here. So I'm not wanting to put words in people's mouths, but that's what I heard. Yeah. And so that the draft that we're talking about is the Navajo Nation's perspective, Navajo Nation's view on the law of burials. So if it was that the Navajo Nation was going to allow family plots on trust land, then that would the BI would look to that for how, what would be the regulations with regard to allotments, so that there would, I don't know what, again, don't want to put words in, that was my, what I heard. And I've heard this before, that the BI looks to what the Navajo Nation law is on various issues. And they would look again to what the Navajo Nation Resources and Development Committee in this case approves. And so I didn't see that there was going to be necessarily a division, a different standard for allotment land. I didn't understand that was what was going to happen. Again, maybe I was only half listening, but that was my understanding.
Let me make a statement. Here, Ms. Khan and Shadeja Honorable Claw. Indian allotment land is a totally different animal. We working at the chapter with any issues regarding family plot disputes, we had to defer that to the BIA office in Crown Point. They're working with the Federal Code of Regulations 25 CFR. So when so I thought that these regulations were only applicable to trust and fee land. So Indian allotment, everything would be deferred over to BIA. But I do have Mr. Lester Sosi with BIA Eastern Agency on the call. So Mr. Sosi, a question to you for clarification. In your earlier comments that was made, you had mentioned that BIA is looking to Navajo Nation for this particular topic of burial regulations. I know that when I used to work with Rock Springs chapter for any family plot on Indian allotment numbers, that there was a proper consent that had to be granted by all the heirs that hold interest to that allotment number to exceed 51%. So if you can clarify to a Resources and Development Committee and also legal counsel here, so that we could actually know which direction to go. *6 to unmute.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Sounds like a cell phone commercial here. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us another opportunity to expound on the information that BIA uses in terms of looking at burial. You are correct. Allotment lands, how those are managed is certainly the purview of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. When I was saying that we deferred to the Navajo Nation on the burial policy, BI does not have a standalone burial policy. So when we do meet with the lottees, they are asking for guidance. We do say that the Navajo Nation's burial policy is that the decedent should be placed in cemeteries, formal cemeteries. So that's what that guidance would be. But it is also true that if anybody wants to, let's say, do a family plot on allotment land, we have to get consent from the owners. And we look at 162 for that, 25 CFR 162. And under that regulatory guidance, majority consent would have to be done to put a lease in place, let's say for a small plot for a cemetery. So that would be the internal work that we do from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We reach out to all the allottees that have an interest ownership in that allotment. And that's how we would proceed with that. If the family really is pursuing that initiative, they want that, then we would do that. So that would be a separate allotment-related activity that we would do. But in general, if allottees come to us, we still will give them guidance saying that BI doesn't have a burial policy, so the default, or we defer to the Navajo Nation burial policy, which is that, at least for the time being, individuals with decedents will be buried in the formal cemeteries, community cemeteries. I hope I make sense there, Madam Chair.
Togoshi? you did clarify what we were questioning. Right now, I'd like to yield the floor back over to Shadeja Arnable-Claw.
Okay. So basically what Mr. Sosi said, is that the Lati still have the, choice to do the withdrawal, and I believe that does clarify that we do still need a guideline for family burial plots. So that was stated. And I think that there are gonna be some chapters that may challenge, of course, that $150, and they may also have that, their choice to allow their chapter to do withdrawal for burials as well. So with that being said, I still would like for Mr. Begay, Shanad, to just include those guidelines. And if that is the route that, as say, an LGA certified chapter is gonna move, they would still have to come before RDC, because that's clearly stated in the regulations. So just wanted to add that in, and I'd like to make that recommendation to Shanad, Mr. Begay, if you can add that, the guidelines in, so that we can have that process outlined. And that's all I'll add with that.
Question, Shadeja, Arnable, or Mr. Begay, want to make a response? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair and Shadeja, I'll go ahead and include that into the draft. And then I'll explain maybe in a comment area where the reason why we're including the family plot. So I'll make that very clear, and then I'll share it with Ms. Khan, and then we'll distribute it to the members. And so you'll have that draft tomorrow morning.
Agushi, yeah. Arnable Nez, did you have question or comment?
No, I was gonna ask about
Agushi,
it.
Agushi, yeah, Ms. Khan?
I had a couple of questions to ask Rod Begay with regard to the regulations, and one was when you were saying we put the council delegate is not somebody who can sign the form for that section of the regulations. Delegate Nez also said raising permittee.
Okay.
I thought that was a very good addition to add at that point.
Valid reason for.
Yeah.
Valid reason.
Okay. And then
Everybody's in command.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, and that's the 2 years of proper fiscal tally. and everything.
Yeah.
And then the other was, there was discussion about, fund management plans. And, perhaps we could put in there which standing committee, if any, would approve the fund management plans, whether it would be RDC or Budget and Finance Committee. And on previous fund management plans, I've seen them go both ways. And I don't know whether there's a preference. Or if there's any need to have any standing committee. Anyway, that I saw that and I thought, oh, somebody's got to prove it. Anyway. Those were my two questions.
Agushi, yeah, Ms. Khan, Mr. Begay.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and add the valid raising permitting as a non-sexton unless otherwise designated. And then the fund management plans, the way we've the body has viewed chapter fund management plans in kind is that those are approved at chapter level.
Okay.
Not necessarily like it's not a formal,
Yeah.
you know, the normal fund management plan, but we're
Yeah.
here at Winter Rock that we come to learn that, you know, standing committees.
Mhm.
So just for
Okay,
clarification.
thank you.
Agushi, yeah, Mr. Begay, And just to expound off of that, Ms. Khan, they chapter that they can put it into their general fund activity, which is the O1 unrestricted. And then there's a GL code where they can put it back to funeral assistance and just put the money back in there. But that has to be approved through resolution. So that's how the money cash flow happens within the chapter. So chapters can definitely do that. And that's a really great question you brought up. Thank you. Members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have our next steps. Mr. Begay did mention that with the recommendation by Honorable Claw will be included in the draft and we'll send it out tomorrow to Legislative Legal Counsel. And from there, we'll be awaiting Etty's response to Honorable Claw as well. So once all that clarification is made, then Honorable Claw will give us the green light and we will definitely work with Vice Chair Johnson to drop the legislation. Ms. Khan?
And then if it's the desire of the Resources and Development Committee to work with the Speaker's office,
okay,
we need to have somebody communicating with the Speaker's office that a request is to be made, and that enough time is given so that the chapters are given and the public is given the opportunity to find the legislation within and comment within the 5-day period. Okay. Coordination with the Speaker's office.
Rodney?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, to answer Mariana Khan's question, I have been communicating with Celeste Jim on this. They're well aware of it. She's already informed Speaker's office and the team on that side. So again, we're just waiting for the legislation, so that way when it's referenced, we can reference the legislation number as well, so that way the public knows what legislation to look for when they go on to NavajoNation.org.
Okay, so it appears that we're at the end of our discussion regarding the regs. And I just want to thank everyone for your recommendation input, and also to Bureau of Indian Affairs. Thank you for being on the call and listening to the regulations, and you do have a draft. And again, you might just want to share with people out there, because there will be a 5-day comment period that will be granted when legislation is introduced. And again, Honorable Nez, so the timeline here is that Mr. Begay is going to include the recommendation by Honorable Claw and get it released to RDC members and legal counsel tomorrow. And then once Etty from GLAD gives a response to Honorable Claw regarding that particular family plot lease, then Honorable Claw will let us know, and we will definitely give the green light for Vice Chair Johnson to drop legislation. So hopefully this all can be done within the next week and a half. Okay. So so again, to listeners on the call, thank you for being with us this long. And I hope that we will have something that will be a guide for chapters to utilize. And again, chapters can bring their own, if they want to change the template to their liking, the chapters are more than welcome to do so after the regulations is adopted through legislation by Resources and Development Committee, who is final authority, and come before Resources and Development Committee. And then again, going forward, Resources and Development Committee will keep a close eye on some of the recommendations, possibly within the next year after these regulations have been approved. And we can definitely also make amendments to these regulations as well, working closely with our legal counsel, the Navajo Nation, under executive and legislative branch. So again, and thank you again for being with us this far in the recommendations by Eastern Land Board. Although, if no other comments, members of RDC, then yeah, presenters. Okay. Legislative services staff. Okay. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and request to conclude, we're concluding the meeting and